Hello, hello. What's going on? This is a little bit of an unusual stream. Not only is it late, um, mostly the problem is it's late. um, didn't you say you'll stream at 12? I probably did, but on my Discord I posted more updates to clarify because I had to delay for various reasons. Um, no loading screen, indeed. That's aggressive. Okay, got some music. The music was loud on my end. And no backlight stream. We could have a backlight. See, red is appropriate for Adobe, but we could also have no backlight for today. Gotta have something different every time, right? Yeah. How's everyone doing? How'd the friend's birthday go? Is that the... That happened a while ago. Well, not a while. That happened a few streams ago. The birthday dinner was good. What was not so good was my friend's car getting towed that evening and us having to pick it up the next morning at 8 AM because they charge by the hour, so we had to go as soon as they opened. That was a little bit of a struggle. It is 4 PM in the US, in the Pacific Coast. I still think we might have better luck hoping Stuart Semple's Abode project because what he wants it to rather than fucking with Adobe TBH. I don't know what any of those words mean in that order, but yes. I was watching Matt's video and now he's streaming. I am streaming, yes. So I was going to stream at 12, then something happened, and so I was going to stream at 2. But then, actually, I should start at the beginning. So, on Monday's stream, I mentioned that I was finally going to get tested for ADHD. And I made the calls, and I'd set up an appointment. And I'd set the appointment up for yesterday at 11 AM. And here's the problem, though. I missed the appointment. It was... Sorry, hang on, let me get back on track. I missed the appointment, and not, I want to say, not for any fault of my own, because I was waiting with the phone, I had the phone there. The problem is, I set my phone to do not disturb during the night, because I don't want it to be buzzing and shit while I'm asleep. And I guess, I have my phone set so that calls don't come in do not disturb unless there's someone in my contacts list. And I probably set that because living in America, I've learned that you just kind of get scam calls all the time. And this wasn't a thing as much when I lived in Australia. I think it was a little bit of a thing. But I think I get calls daily that are just like, you know, they're trying to reach me about my car's extended warranty, or they're trying to give me like $50,000 for hiring employees. You know, and so at a certain point I just don't answer the phone, and I certainly don't want one of those fuckers waking me up. So I missing your ADHD appointment is peak comedy. Look, it would be, except I actually feel like I have a good explanation for it, which is, yeah, my phone was in do not disturb because it was I'd woken up late and I hadn't gotten it out of do not disturb, and so the call, I guess I got a call but it didn't come through, I didn't hear it. So yeah. So I called back almost immediately. As soon as I realized what had happened, I was like, hey, you know, I think I missed the appointment, what can I do? And they said, oh, that's okay, we'll just schedule you another one in 2 weeks. Which was kind of mind-blowing to me because I'd gotten this appointment so quickly. Yet, I'd gotten this one, literally, I think I called on Monday and they said, we can get you an appointment today or tomorrow. And I was like, cool, get it tomorrow. Because I'm streaming today, so that works out. And then I missed the appointment and they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll get you a new appointment in 2 weeks. And I was like, damn it. all because I had my phone in Do Not Disturb. But today, they called me again and they said, well, actually, we've had a cancellation today, so we could have you on at 3. And I was like, well, I was going to start streaming at 2, but I guess this is kind of important. So, and I don't want to stream for like an hour and then have to get off stream for another hour to have this appointment. That doesn't seem like it makes much sense. So I delayed the stream again to after the appointment, and that's where we are here. This is after the appointment. No consensus has been arrived to as whether I have ADHD or not. I learned just kind of an intake. This was like, you have to, you know, when you're at you're calling technical support and you have to make your way up the levels. There's like, you know, the bottom level, which is just like, have you turned it on and off again? And then it's the next one, and then it keeps getting escalated until you actually find someone who can answer your question. I believe this is what's going on. So I've gone through 2 levels of like, you know, I've gone through turning off and on again. I've gone through running SFC/scan now. And now I'm on to the next one, and I believe the next one is an actual test. I just had to make it through the like barriers to entry, the minimum barriers to entry, to make sure. I'm guessing they're just there to make sure that I'm not just, you know, jonesing for pills or whatever. You have to be careful. Some medical office will blacklist you if you miss the first appointment. Well, not this one. How'd it go then? I mean, it went well. There was no like, it wasn't very, like I said, no consensus, no conclusion had been had arrived. We haven't arrived at any consensus or conclusion. All that's happened is, they were like, okay, well, we'll give you a referral. So yeah, they're still in warranty. I guess so. No, I'm paying for the extended warranty. That's what you call paying for your own health insurance in America. Which, I mean, what's kind of been nice is all this stuff has been free so far because I already pay for my health insurance every month. Neuropsych evals aren't a walk-in single step. The intake is to figure out what to evaluate for and confirm you need the eval. Yeah, I mean, I figured, but I've already had an intake. Like I've already been through a level of, I've already been through two like interviews like this. But yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm just I didn't know where it was gonna end. I don't know which level is which. I didn't know if it was just I assumed it wouldn't be first try, but this was I didn't know if it was going to be second or third, or if it's going to be fourth or fifth. I don't know yet. My place apparently tells you a fake earlier time with the expectation you're going to be late and thus on time, cause ADHD. So if anything, missing the first might just be par for the course. Yeah, maybe that's part of the, yeah, maybe I already passed the first test. I want to get tested for ADHD and autism, but it is so expensive and my insurance doesn't cover it. Really? I don't know what this would cost without insurance. So far it's free, but I don't know what hidden costs are going to show up later on. Update on the Windows 98 website. Well, you can go to it. And you can see it. It is. I did add a little bit more. I just added a homepage to it. All right, let me show you what's been going on. Also, someone said update on the Lego Island decomp, and so far, I mean, the update is about the same as always, which is we collectively are getting work done on it. I haven't done a lot on it recently, for sure, but collectively we are doing work on it. It is, you know, we are making progress. More stuff is being done. I do think the pre-alpha is proving to be quite helpful in the sense that because the debug builds, we did not get the PDB. There actually is a reference on the disk to a PDB. We know that there was at one point a PDB of symbols. That's a symbol file, if you don't know. A Visual C++ symbol file. So we know that there was one, but it never got shipped on the disk. But regardless, the debug builds, there are debug builds on the disk, and so far I think those are proving pretty helpful because because they have no optimizations, they are they are easier to decompile. You can see the code better because it's more analogous to the original C++ code. It hasn't been fucked with by the compiler, essentially. Free healthcare in America? Well, I mean, my healthcare is not free. I pay monthly for my healthcare, but I haven't had to pay any more on top of that so far for any of my appointments. I'm trying to get tested. $850 upfront with Medicare. Oof, it's another $450 on top of that without. Actually insane. More than me. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I pay a decent amount per month, but not that much. Yeah, it's wild. In the UK, it was 4-year waiting list through our national health system, but have the option to find a place and get it through NHS quicker, but I had to use my private health insurance, which put it through as mental health, but it would have cost about £300 per 30 minutes and £100 for the prescription. Oof. That reminds me a little bit of something that I went through in Australia, because in Australia we have kind of a hybrid system. We've got like the public health system, but we've also got kind of a private system, and some doctors only operate under private insurance. So when I was younger, I went through a septoplasty. I got a nose job, just to help me breathe better. And the only where I grew up is a small place. And as far as I can tell, there must be more than one, but I kept getting referred to the same ENT, ear, nose, and throat doctor. So maybe he is the only one, the only ENT in Canberra. And I remember and he, for some reason, only operates under private health insurance. So I had to get private health insurance just to get my surgery with him, which was kind of bullshit. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So in some ways, the biggest operation I had to go through in Australia was still under private health insurance. It still was like under the American system of health. Technically, I didn't even take advantage of the public health system in Australia because the only surgery I've ever gotten was under private health. Anyway, nose reveal. What do you think, guys? What do you think of this septum? You guys get off to this septum and these, yeah, anyway. Why are we talking about health in this pirating Adobe stream? Hey, no one said anything about pirating Adobe, okay? It may be necessary to pirate Adobe to get it to run on Wine, but that's not what we're trying to do. It's just a necessary step of the process. Cheaper to autism test I can find nearby is 300 out of pocket, and it's not even an official diagnosis. An official diagnosis that adds it to my medical records of well over 1,000. Jesus, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'll let you know if what this ends up costing me. We'll see. Oh yeah. Let me update the... Oh, actually, I need to get my bot running at all. Literally at all. Alright. Cool. So if you type !mail, you will be able to see what it's like. In fact, let's show you guys. Let me show you guys real quick. Now, basically, the current page, I've got this landing page, which links you to webmail or to sign up, and instructions for third-party clients. The sign-up is exactly what we're used to. Now we actually have a use for the cancel button. Before, the cancel button was just kind of like, it just didn't do anything at all, but now it goes back to the landing page. You can open up webmail, which just links you to Roundcube, and the instructions are here for setting it up on a third-party client like Thunderbird or whatever the hell you use. So, pretty good. Which version of Premiere? I assume the last one is an under subscription model. I mean, what do you think the pirating is for? No, I mean, I've gotten CS6 working, which is the last one before the subscription model, but I've also gotten I've gotten 2023 working, which is the second most recent version. But it turns out the most recent version, and I've edited my last 3 videos in 2023, Premiere CC 2023 on Wine. But 2024, the latest version that just came out, does not work. I thought it'd be interesting to try and take a look at why it doesn't work on stream. So that's what we're doing today. But yeah, so if you're a Twitch sub or a patron, the patron stuff works too. You want to grab a doing your mom or billgates.sex domain, you can go ahead and do that. Can I use this email on my PDA? What about my Windows phone? I think so. As long as they support IMAP with SSL, I think it should work. I think older stuff, isn't it true that older clients can only support POP? Like IMAP is like relatively newer. If so, anything that supports POP will not work. I don't have that set up, but I do have IMAP. As long as you can do IMAP with SSL, it'll work. Should work. Have you tried ReactOS? I have not. I know about it. I know a lot about it, and I know that I know people who have tried it and like told me like stuff that does or does not work, but I have not. I don't think I've ever tried to install it myself. I think the consensus was when I did hear about ReactOS, the consensus was it runs Lego Island. Though I think you have to do what you need to do with Wine, which is you need to install the real version of D3DRM and things like that. I don't know. I like I said, I've never tried it. I'm just going off what other people have told me. More a TLS issue. Yeah, maybe. I do not allow non-SSL at the moment, so we'll see. Have you ever actually used 95 on the level you have on 98? My assumption is no, but when I grew up, we had a 98 PC and a 95 PC, but I was mostly on the 98 PC. I would use the 95 PC like occasionally, just for, I don't even know why I would switch between them. I think just for fun, just for kicks. Maybe some games were only installed on one and some games were only installed on the other, but I think I just switched between them for fun. Like, like the 98 system was the main one, and then every now and then, I think the 95 system was in my dad's bedroom at the time, and I would just go in and use that sometimes, so yeah. Yeah, ReactOS is not emotionally stable either. Yeah, I've heard it doesn't actually... I've heard that in its current state, it doesn't actually make for a good desktop OS. As my experience is too, but as was dual booted. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just switched between them for fun. So I definitely used a lot of 95 growing up. I remember playing Microsoft Golf 3.0 on it. Who remembers Microsoft Golf 3.0? It's some fucking, probably some obscure shit. But yeah, I remember, what I remember the most about it is that, and this is the sort of shit you would do back in the day. So I remember it when you opened up Microsoft Golf, it would change your Windows theme, like this beige color along the taskbar. This is what the game would set your theme to when you opened it. Games had so much control over your computer, they would change your OS settings just to integrate a little bit better with the game. And then when you close it, I think they would set it back. So that's what I remember most about it. I'd love to actually play this again just for nostalgia. It's been a minute since I've played this, and I never had the full game. I only had the I think they shipped a trial version on the Windows 95 disc, and I think that's the version I was playing all the time. ReactOS will be really cool in 20 years when it's stable? Probably, yeah. I mean, but here's the thing. I remember hearing that at one point ReactOS was targeting Windows Server 2003, but that now they're kind of targeting, that they've lifted that and they're like targeting anything. So, and I'm not sure, like, at least if they had like a line in the sand, you could be like, okay, well, now it's done, right? Now it's achieved its purpose. But now that I've heard that that's not the case anymore, and that, so now I don't know when I'd consider it done. Like what's the goal per se? They're not really trying to be stable as the thing. ReactOS is more of a research project. This is with Wine. Yeah, I guess that's true. I honestly, maybe I even misheard that like Server 2003 thing. Maybe it's not supposed to. Maybe that was never supposed to be a thing, and I just misunderstood something. 3D Movie Maker, that was some good shit too. I liked 3D Movie Maker. I had the trial, and then I convinced my dad to buy the full copy for like. Actually, what would it have been? I was gonna say $50, but was it really $50? That seems expensive. And I used to make movies in them, and then I would output my TV to my VCR and record them onto VHS. So, my PC to the VCR, so I could record them to VHS, and then they'd play on the TV. Wow, look, it's a movie I made. Yeah. Yeah, I know they open sourced it. I haven't tried any of the new stuff, but I hear that it's getting a lot of work. That's kind of fun. If you open Golf 3.0 on modern Windows, would it break? I imagine it would. I feel like Golf 3.0 would be a tough one to get working. Actually, well, I guess it works on XP. So if it works on XP, then maybe it's alright. Damn it. No free advertising. Video compiling. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about all that. I know that it got open source and all that. It's so cursed seeing the start button in other languages. I'm sure some of you grew up with it in other languages, but for me, it's so weird to see it and not say start. I guess it runs in XP, but they probably have something. I imagine they probably have something in the code to be like, you know, hack for Microsoft Golf 3.0. Probably that's my guess. So at least it works, but at least, you know, I wonder what it does on Windows 10 though. That would be interesting to try. I think I did once try installing this in Wine, and it was a little, like, the installer was a little temperamental, but maybe there's probably a way around. You probably don't actually need the installer. You can probably just copy the files in and it'll work, but I haven't gotten that far with it yet. Installer ad blocker. I actually do have an ad blocker, but then YouTube was like, don't use an ad blocker, so I had to turn it off. That's okay. No, I'll use it as long as I can. Depends if it's a 16 or 32-bit app. Well, yeah, I mean, I know that, but like, the question was, if it like fucks around with the theme, does that mean it breaks on modern Windows? We know that 16-bit apps don't work on 64-bit Windows. Yo, thanks for the 100 bits.
Tier 100 it would probably work, but the style settings would only apply if you had the DWM running. Killing it will revert to the classic theme, and Windows will still honor the settings to this day.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you never know. You never know whether it'll work or not. But yeah, it seems the theme wouldn't interfere ostensibly. uBlock Origin works great. No, it didn't for a while though. Like this is uBlock Origin, and it didn't for a while. Like did you guys not see the like this pop-up that would appear? No, this this pop-up. Yeah, you got this even with uBlock Origin. Yeah. I just pay for premium. I also pay for premium. I pay for premium on my host system. It's just that I don't sign into YouTube here because I don't want to dox myself. So I have to, like, I only use an ad blocker here because I don't want to actually log into YouTube. uBlock is currently fighting against it. Yeah, I could see that. So uBlock is probably improving their code as, like, they're probably like leapfrogging each other. Like YouTube introduces something, uBlock introduces. It's like a cat and mouse, probably, is my guess. Arms race, yeah. I don't think it's a Chrome issue. Like, I'm fairly certain it's not a Chrome issue. Mine still works with uBlock though. At one point I got the error and just refreshed and it worked. Well, maybe I have to do that. See, I'm generally not someone who is like, I understand that websites need to make money. I am a beneficiary of ad revenue. So in general, I'm not like, not necessarily an anti-ad person. It's just that sometimes ads can get pretty obnoxious. Like if you ever go to fucking fandom.com, without an ad blocker, and then they just consume 50% of the vertical height with an ad. I'm amazed people actually use fandom.com. I'm amazed that people let them get away with that shit. It's actually ridiculous. Findom. No, not Findom, okay? No, fandom.com. I'm amazed that people put up with that shit from fandom.com. Like, I would install an ad blocker and use it exclusively on fandom.com. I don't mind ads, I just like frequent ads. Some videos seem to just have different ad rate. I think what happened was, yeah, I think, well, we've talked about monetization before. I feel like, there really ought to be, there should have been, and it's too late to do this now. It's too late to do it now. Monetization probably should have been built into the internet from the beginning. Like, none of us want to pay money to like all the websites we use. It's too inconvenient. What should have happened is, like, we already pay a monthly fee to our ISP for internet connection or cellular data or whatever. We already pay for internet connection. It should have been built into the internet that like a portion of that goes to the websites that we most visit, and therefore, you know, it kind of becomes like a streaming service then. And, you know, in theory, because the amount of money, even if like, I've gone into this before, even if like 1 cent, even if every person going to a website gave a website a cent, it wouldn't even have to be a lot of money per person, a cent. They would make a hell of, like a shit ton more money than they make today from ad revenue. Like, we could probably have an ad-less internet if the monetization had been built into it. Instead, we have a free internet that sells all of our data to advertisers or subsidizes the whole product with gambling, right? This is the price of a free internet, is that they have to do shady shit in the background to make money off us, because we don't actually pay them any money. And, you know, and to an extent, I'm not saying that we all need to donate to every single website we use. I think one of the biggest strengths of the internet is the fact that it is so widely accessible, so freely available, that the information is freely available. It's just that, you know, the fact that we're even having this race at all, this arms race at all between ad blockers and advertisers or websites wanting to show ads, is because there are so few ways to actually offset your costs on the internet. So few legitimate ways, there are no real legitimate ways. The only legitimate way is to beg for donations like Wikipedia does. Shame, I don't think we'll ever be able to change it. No way ISPs will set that now. No, it can't be done now. Like, it's too late. And there have been attempts to do it, like the Brave browser, I think, has like a way of like sending money to websites, but like, if it's not global, it's not universal, and it's not it's not everyone doing it, I think it's just it won't work. It won't really make a dent. So yeah, or they would do both. Yeah. I mentioned that too, that they could be like cable companies and just show ads anyway. But at least like, at least websites like Wikipedia could probably have an easy, like, they don't show ads, even though they're one of the biggest websites in the world. They don't show ads, but they do have to beg for donations every year. Maybe they wouldn't have to beg for donations every year if monetization had been built into the internet. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's yeah, it's almost like we need to make an internet 2, but the problem is we can't replace the internet now. It's too late. No one's gonna switch to it. It would be no one's gonna switch to an alternate internet, because it's like when someone makes a competitor to YouTube. Well, who's gonna switch from YouTube? It needs everyone would need to switch all at once, or it doesn't work. It's not gonna work at all. But yeah. If websites would just show ads in a way that isn't borderline epilepsy-provoking, ad
Tier
blockers would not be...
100 friendly reminder to donate to Wikipedia.
And to make sure you pronounce it, Wikipedia. True. Nobody ever tries to implement ads acceptably. If websites would just show ads in a way that isn't borderline epilepsy-provoking, ad blockers would not be the first extension to install every time. To an extent, I think that's true. But I also think the reason that they're like this is probably because they weren't effective before. Like, at one point, there was just like a banner ad at the top of the website, and that probably just proved to be like unsustainable, so they just had to keep making them bigger and bigger, and then, you know, people... I think to an extent, ads in general are just kind of... ads on the internet in general are just kind of unsustainable, because there's only so many ads that people will tolerate. So, you know, if you can have the ads be really small, and then they're really easy to ignore, so people won't click on them, so no one will get their money's worth out of them. And then you make them bigger, and then people get annoyed, so they start blocking them. Yeah, I don't know if there's really any great way to do it with ads, because ads are noise. They are, by definition, they're noise. As in, they are something that is not necessarily relevant to what you're trying to do. And we put up with them on TV because you can't really do anything about it on TV. But as long as you can do something about it, then people will do something about it. And so that's why I say, you know, obviously the solution is that the people who can pay for websites should pay for them, like in the sense that, you know, I don't think everyone should pay for it, because I think one of the advantages of the internet is the fact that it's freely available. But there are certainly people who could pay for the website they use that don't, and I don't mind in theory the idea that, you know, the people who can pay subsidize the people that don't pay, or that can't pay, I should say. However, that doesn't tend to be how people work. People don't tend to pay for things because they can. They tend to pay for things because they have to. So that's why I say the only way I think that it really would have worked is if we'd built monetization into it from the beginning. Because we already, you know, there's no getting around the monthly ISP fee that we pay just for internet connection. You know, so we're clearly we're clearly accepting forking over some money any month. It's just, yeah, it makes sense looking back in retrospect that some of that would go to the websites that we visit. But yeah. You can implement many ads in any website design without causing eye cancer. You just actually have to want to do it rather than blast people with gigantic video banner bullshit. I don't know. I mean, you maybe you can show me an example. I feel like people have been ad blocking for a very long time. I feel like people would still, if the ads weren't easy to ignore, people would block them. And if they're easy to ignore, then they're not doing their job as ads, right? I'm not sure if there's really a good solution to it. Like, yeah, like you can make ads small and easy to ignore, but then no one's going to pay you for that ad space, right? I can't show you an example, exactly my point. Nobody actually makes an effort like that. Then I guess I'm not convinced that it's possible. If you think you can make something like that, I'd love to see it, but yeah. But like I said, I feel like ads fall into one of two categories. Either they're easy to ignore, or people will block them. And if they're not easy to if they're easy to ignore, then they're not going to be monetizable at all. Controversial take: just make better ads, ones people want to interact with. Sure. I feel like that works in theory. It's just a matter of like in from my perspective. So if I'm thinking of this as like a YouTuber who takes sponsorships, it's really hard to actually get like relevant advertisers. That's what the industry's been trying for several decades. Well, I mean, to an extent, that is why they're like selling your data so much, is so that they can try to sell you, is try to get you ads that are more relevant to your history. But I'm not sure because my issue is there are a lot of brands I would love to align myself with, but they don't care about me, right? And then the brands that do want to align themselves with me are just like Skillshare and VPN companies, and you know they're just the same shit that advertises to everyone else, and I don't know. And so it's really hard I feel like the only way I could actually do ads that are good and that I would care about and that my audience would care about is if it's actually ads for something else that I am doing. Like, what if I was selling retro game related stuff or electronics or solder stations or anything like that? Well, there's no store asking to sponsor me, but if I set up a store like that and then I advertise that store, then that's probably the only way that I would actually get like a good ad or like a relevant brand in my video, is actually by making the brand myself. Yeah. I think Google genuinely makes the most obnoxious ads, and they make me never want to touch anything they make. Do they? I don't know if I've seen a Google ad in a long time. I mean, I do try to pay for stuff when I can. So like I use an ad blocker, but I also pay for YouTube Premium. I also pay for Twitch Turbo. I do donate to Wikipedia. I donate to archive.org. You know, I believe in, you know, websites being monetizable. It's just that, like I said, most people, and even this is true to me too. I had to kind of push myself. Most people don't pay for things because they can. They pay for things because they have to. And I don't think we're necessarily going to change that. I think that's human nature to an extent, and I'm not even necessarily saying that's a bad thing. It's good to be thrifty. So have we just been on Microsoft Golf this whole time? I'm just saying that's a challenge for the internet. But yeah. Google has ads on TV that say, oh, I guess I shouldn't say that because I'm going to trigger everyone's devices. The UK ads in particular. Maybe. Thing is, I don't see many ads at all. Like, I don't watch TV, or at least live TV. And like I said, I pay for YouTube Premium, I pay for Twitch Turbo. I feel like if there are situations where I see ads, I'll either use an ad blocker or I'll pay for the service so I don't have to use an ad blocker. So I feel like I haven't actually seen ads in a long time. Yeah, Twitch Turbo is YouTube Premium for Twitch. Instead of subbing to all the people you watch, you pay a monthly fee for Twitch and it gets split between all the people you watch. Yeah, which is genuinely better than ad revenue. Like, I've talked about this before, that on my YouTube channel, I don't know, I haven't checked the stat recently. This was a couple years ago. This was in like 2020. YouTube Premium, people who watched my videos and paid for YouTube Premium, made up like, I don't remember the exact stat, but it was less than 20% of my total audience. It may have even been less than 10%. But people who pay for YouTube Premium made up like about 50% of my revenue, because like I said, even if ad revenue is so tiny that even if we're sharing, all the YouTube creators are sharing amongst all the other creators for the, I think at the time, like $10 a month that people were paying, it was still significantly more than ad revenue. So yeah. Feels the same as WinRAR. It's dirt cheap and no one buys it because of the trial. Just bought it myself. Yeah, that's true. Same with a lot of software that is like, I can't believe you bought this. Like and that's also how people see it. They kind of treat you as like you're a bit of a sucker for paying something when you didn't have to, even though it's kind of a moral thing to do. So So yeah, I mean, if you don't want to see ads and you want to support your creators more, premium is good. But yeah, it's more than 50% now that the ad revenue is in the shitter. Yeah, possibly. I haven't, like I said, I haven't looked at the stat in quite some time. Have any of your videos been demonetized so far? My tech videos almost never get demonetized. I occasionally might get content ID'd for something, no big deal, just replace it. Like I try to use O Fortuna in a song. That's that big choir song. If you look it up, you'll I don't want to reenact it. If you look it up, you'll immediately recognize it. I tried to use that in one of my videos, and it got content ID, so I replaced it with something else. No, I don't think I've I don't think for like a major video, like a video I've put a lot of effort into, I don't think I've ever been demonetized for content. I've never actually had that experience of like, oh, oops, I swore in the first 30 seconds and now my video is demonetized. I don't think that's ever happened to me. I mean, I don't swear much in the first 30 seconds of my tech videos, but I did swear a lot in my game and movie reviews, and it didn't happen then either. I'm not sure why. I didn't even get really that many copyright flags for, even though I was reviewing movies. I think I like just cut it up enough that it never got ID'd for whatever reason. So yeah, I've been surprisingly lucky with like the takedown stuff, or like the content demonetization. Isn't that song public domain? So here's the thing about songs, is that there are actually 2 copyrights on every song that you hear. There's the composition, which is the writing, and then there's the recording. And they are 2 different copyrights. The writing is public domain, but if it was recorded, recently, that recording is not public domain. That's where it gets kind of complicated. Copyright strikes over Birdemic. Yeah, true. You did movie reviews? Yes, I did. When will the sync reviews start? I'm not going to be reviewing any syncs, but I'm going to be starting some new. I'm going to be starting some interesting video. I have some interesting video ideas coming up for sure. Not sync review related, but other stuff for sure. How exactly do you tell the difference between recordings of O Fortuna? They all sound the same. Well, to a computer, they don't all sound the same. Like, a computer would be comparing it on like a much deeper level than humans would be. So yeah. Birdemic video is honestly gold. Rewatched it quite a few times. Hey, thanks. I actually do like those videos. The Birdemic in the Room video, I actually think, and it's probably not a popular opinion amongst my current audience, but I actually think my content might have peaked with those 2 videos. I don't know if my videos have ever been that good. I kind of wonder what would have happened if I just kept doing those instead of like, because what happened was I did those videos and then I kind of took like a year-long break from YouTube, and then I started making tech videos and they ended up blowing up. I almost wonder what would have happened if I hadn't taken that break and kept doing what I was doing. Would they have eventually taken off too? I don't know. Forcing Adobe to do shit they don't want to do, so like actually saving my projects before inevitably crashing. Look, we can't do miracles here, but we will do something. We will make you do something. Yeah. What happened to the giant cardboard cutout? That's back at home. I didn't bring it with me, but it's back at home. It still exists. Yeah. Currently, we're forcing the Adobe staff, who inevitably are forced to watch this VOD, to listen to us discuss ads. My plan is working just as I had hoped. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested in doing more stuff like that too. Like I know that most people watch me for reverse engineering and tech, but like I'd be interested to throw in the odd game or movie review again, like the old days. Get a huge cardboard cutout of Bill Gates to celebrate. I do want to. What I want to get is a poster. The problem is my current apartment is not like super well. There's not. My last apartment had this big blank wall behind me, and it was kind of like an obvious place to put posters. But I haven't. This place is not as obvious. There's not as many places to put posters. But I do want to get that poster of that Bill Gates Xbox burger photo. I absolutely think that would be a great idea. You think you can make a better album now than the one you first made? Yes. In fact, I may or may not be working on music as we speak. That's right. As we speak, right now, on stream. No, I'm just kidding. But I am trying to get more stuff out there. Get a poster stand. I guess I could. Like, there are walls on either side, but you can't really see them. Like, I could put one there, but it's kind of behind the chat, so I don't know if you'd really see it. But I'd love to get a poster of that just for fun. Gangster rap. Yo, what it is. I'm out here now talking about how I reverse engineered Lego Island. What it is, yo. Anyway. Okay, so Microsoft Word, true. So as I was saying, what else have I done? I've been working on something. I think I did work on something yesterday. What was it? What was I doing yesterday? I think, well, to be fair, I was doing a lot of like, just like housekeeping stuff. That's not very interesting at all. Let me see. Oh yeah, I'm working on a new, working on some new videos. I'm working on a new Bytes video. I'm working on the .NET video. Yeah, a lot of stuff I'm like writing and editing at the moment. I haven't announced the new mail stuff on the Patreon yet. Ah! See, here's the thing though. So, if you go to, if you type in !mail in the chat, or you go to mail.mattkc.com, you can end up at this fancy new mail system that we set up on, and you can get your own doing your mom or billgates.sex email if you're a Twitch sub or you're a patron. But I haven't announced this to the patrons yet because I know not all of them tune into the streams. Probably most of them don't tune into the streams. So I was gonna post an announcement on the Patreon, but like, here's my problem. I don't quite know how to explain succinctly, because I feel like it has to be succinct. I don't want to go on for like 2,000 words. I don't quite know how to explain succinctly that I own Doing Your Mom and billgates.sex, and that and that I set up an email server on them. Like, I'm just trying to think, if someone, you know, what if some of my patrons are like 65 years old and they don't quite understand why. Maybe I'm just being ageist. Why? Maybe they're just like, that's not funny at all. I haven't quite figured out how to explain that to them yet. Just call them stream in jokes, and most people will move on with their lives. Yeah, I guess so. Want to get an email? Yeah, that's the thing. Is I need to come up with a title that, like, you know, do you want a joke email? It's like, well, I don't know. I don't know if I can. I haven't figured out a way to word this yet. Just trying to appeal to his over 60 audience. What can I say? I'm a man of the people. But yeah, anyway, good shit. I'm glad this all worked out. I still think it'd be fun to try to spin this off into a like a React framework to just that makes it like easy to build Windows 98 style UIs. I still think that would be kind of fun. But I don't think we'll do that now. I think we'll take a break from the fucking web shit for now. I think what I want to do, this is my current thinking. I should have gotten Dad Sucks at Doing Your Mom. Oof! Do you want to have Bill Gates.sex? Yeah. Also, why not doing your mom? Only doing. I mean, we could do doing as well. Do you guys? Is there actually any demand for a doing? I always because like doing was what I wanted initially, but it was too expensive, so I got doing, and then doing was like fine. It came down in price, so I bought it. So I just kind of assumed I would let the doing run out. But if we actually want a doing, more stuff is more better, maybe. But maybe it also might just be confusing. Like people might forget, like, oh, I don't remember if I signed up for doing or do in, and like when I log in, like, hang on, was it do in or doing? I mean, I guess it's not hard to try both, but still. But if you're like, what if you're putting this on your resume and you forget which one you signed up, and then your employer is like, now this guy has a cool email, and he tries to send you one, and it's like, ah shit, it was the wrong one the whole time. Uh-oh, what's this? Am I getting a call? Oh, I think I was getting an Instagram call. All right, anyway. It's Bill Gates. No! All right. Anyway. Will you try to theme the Roundcube login, or is it not possible? It is possible to theme it, but I don't think I'm going to put more effort into figuring it out. If you guys find a 9x style Roundcube skin, I'd be happy to install it. But I think I'm going to step away from this for now. Bill Gates, no, he's calling me on Instagram because it's the one place he knows he can get to me. Anyway, so that's what we were doing. I think what I'm gonna do for the rest of so I'm gonna try and see if I can solve the Premiere thing, and if I can, we can make a video out of that, just a short bytes video. If I can solve that, I think I'll do a little bit more on the Lego Island thing, but I think starting next week, I think we're gonna go deep into the burnout. I'm getting hella burnout, all right? I think that's gonna be my plan. It was Mark Zuckerberg wanting to know why Lego Island has a Facebook integration. Yo, we need to start coming up with some Mark Zuckerberg. Wait. Hold on. Isn't there a .ck domain? Oh yeah, it's for the Cook Islands apparently. There's gotta be like a domain we can get that's like Zuck, like z.ck, right? We gotta come up with like a good Zuck name. Or is there a .cc domain? There's a CC as well. Holy shit. Yeah, we gotta get like, hang on. The Zuck? Yeah, maybe. The Zuck. Oh, Namecheap doesn't support it. Alright, let me try GoDaddy.
GoDaddy.
Oh yeah, GoDaddy is weird. If I open it up in an incognito, it'll open immediately. But if I try to open it up here, it just won't load at all. I don't know why it does that. The Zuck is unavailable. Who took the Zuck? Ugh. Bullshit. I can't believe someone thought about this before me. Maybe, I guess we can go long, like, can't cuck the Zuck. But then again, that's a bit pro Zuckerberg for me. I can get can't cuck the Zuck for $6 for the first year. Wild. Suck only costs a couple tens of thousands of dollars. I can imagine. Anything that's short, right? Suck. Oh, it's only a cool 50k. No problemo. Zuck has probably bought 10,000 Zuck-related domains. He probably has. Knowing him. What about... this might be a little bit inflammatory. Fuck Zuck. I can get fucksuck.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Yo.
Been waiting for a 9x skin for Ollie.
True, and that's QT though, so that actually might not be that hard. Hey, thanks for the 4 months. Thanks for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. We're looking at domains again. I was just pondering, like, surely there must be someone who can, like, there must be some joke domain we can make with Zuckerberg to add to my arsenal of domains. Fuck suck. Actually, that's kind of good. Wait, hang on. It's .ed a domain? No, because otherwise if we could have gotten .ed, we could have gotten like get zucked or something like that. That would have been fun. Zuck and fuck. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. Well, I'll keep thinking about it. All right, I'll keep thinking about it. For now, I guess we'll see if we can work on Premiere. I mainly just want to do this because I want to see if I can. I don't technically need to because hang on, let me see what Premieres have I got. Okay, I've got Premiere 2023 and 2024, and CS6 I've got, but not on this system. So if I run Premiere, oops, really? Am I missing a... Oh, right, I have to put wine ahead of it. So if I run this... So if I run Premiere 2023, which is actually last year's version of Premiere, it's not this year's version, despite the name, because they're like car companies. They released the version like a couple months before. And I set up... oh, this is interesting. Oh, is this because I don't have Vulkan? I think this is because I don't have Vulkan on here. If I had a Vulkan card, this would display properly, but because I don't, it doesn't. Yeah, the videos with Olive. I wish. I have edited videos with Olive, but it was never finished. Here we go. Make a title. Just make some bullshit for no reason. Anyway, so yeah, the point is it works for the most part. There's like one minor issue I have with Premiere on Wine, but otherwise it works for the most part. Yeah, I've already covered why I cannot use Venus. What card do you have that doesn't support Vulkan? No card at all, in fact. You all haven't seen the .ing domains yet. Actually, we have. I've reserved a couple. And we'll see if I get them. But I get full OpenGL support. I just don't get Vulkan support on here. I could pass through a real graphics card. I could switch this over to a real GPU. But the problem is that I've had some trouble with that recently because I've had some trouble with my computer freezing when I do that recently while I'm live. And I might have fixed it. I haven't had those issues in a while, but I'm also like nervous to like risk it again. So yeah. Yeah, we looked at fuck.ing. Unfortunately, it's very expensive. It was like just to reserve it, not even to get it. It was like $130,000 just to reserve it, and that was like on the low end price. Like if you spent more money, you had a better shot of getting it. But like you could spend like $1.5 million. Why not use Vulkan? All right, so I've already addressed this on stream, but let me do it again just in case. Like maybe people might have missed this. As far as I can tell, Venus. Okay, so let me provide some background for everyone. So what I'm doing right now, this is a virtual machine that we're in right now, but I use something called VirGL. VirGL. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Virgil, but every time I say that, people say they think I'm saying I'm virgin, so I'm going to say VirGL instead. VirGL is a thing that allows you to basically pass through OpenGL from your host GPU straight to a virtual machine without having to use a secondary graphics card. without having. Now, I do have a secondary graphics card. I use it with Windows and Mac OS, but it's just convenient to not have to pass through the second graphics card because it just sits in a window like a standard VM, and I get full OpenGL support out of it because it rather than giving it a full GPU, it just passes the OpenGL commands back up to the host GPU. So it's very convenient. And I can do things like, I can play games like, do I have Wipeout still on here? I should. No, maybe I deleted it. But yeah, I can play games on here as well, and for the most part, they run pretty damn well, as long as they're running through OpenGL. Now, there is an equivalent to this system for Vulkan called Venus. However, as far as I can tell, Venus is not done, and is not an actual viable product. So whenever I look up like instructions for installing Venus, Vulkan, what I get is like, okay, you got to install, you got to use a branch of the VirGL renderer, compile it yourself. You've got to use a branch of QEMU, compile it yourself. You've got to use a branch of Mesa, I think. Is Mesa in here? Yeah, a branch of Mesa and compile it yourself. And firstly, that seems like a real pain in the ass. And secondly, the branches that this tutorial talks about no longer exist. I don't know if it's because they got merged in or because, I have no idea why they don't exist. But essentially, those instructions are, I guess, too old. They're from 2021. They're too old. They don't work anymore. I quite literally cannot follow them anymore. So I looked at this. Well, this says you got to use VirGL renderer. You got to compile this yourself with d venus equals true. Whether you're supposed to do this on the host or the client, I could never get a really solid answer on that. I think this is on the host. So I installed VirGL renderer git from the AUR, which is supposed to have this on. Yeah, so this has Venus equals true on. Still doesn't work. Don't know why. So even though, yeah, ostensibly I have the right version of this now. So yeah, as far as I can tell, and there isn't really much more information about this out there. There's so little information about this online. I've tried to figure this out. But essentially, the conclusion I've come to is Venus is not actually a product yet and not supposed to be used yet. It's like still in development. So just use Premiere. And it's not even just to use Premiere, it's to use Premiere in my virtual machine. Like on my host system, obviously I don't have that problem. This very Linux thing, it just works if you do a bunch of obscure shit that is inaccessible now and is like undocumented at the moment. Like I'm sure they're working on this. I'm sure one day I'll be able to use this. But as far as I can tell, today, I'm not sure this is actually a usable thing yet. I don't know if this is actually something that you can do yet. So yeah. Have you tried asking some ordinary gamers if he dealt with this? Because I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he just uses regular GPU pass-through, right? I can do GPU pass-through. I just find that it's more convenient to have it run on my host GPU instead. And I may do some more GPU stuff as long as I can make sure it's stable. I might do it. But yeah, like, but this doing it this way absolutely wins for like convenience. So so that's what I tend to do most of the time. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire at your... Yeah, true, exactly. Not a Linux thing, it's a virtual machine type of thing. Graphics cell in VMs has always been convoluted or weird. Sure, except VirGL I think was actually fairly straightforward. It was fairly easy. Like, I don't feel like I had to do anything crazy for that because that's all upstreamed and mainlined now. But as far as I can tell, Venus is still in development and it's not all upstreamed and mainlined. So, so yeah, as far as I can tell, you have to like compile a bunch of branches of different shit to even like to even attempt to get it to work. Have you tried Looking Glass? Yeah, I've used Looking Glass, but like that doesn't really make a difference here. That would still be pass-through. And like, pass-through, I like pass-through. Pass-through is good, it's just not as convenient as not having to do pass-through. Staring contest, true, and also Energy Drink 16. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, I really appreciate it. Thank you for those Bezos bucks for 2 months, hell yeah. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. Yeah, I use Looking Glass with my Windows VMs, and it's good. And I probably would, if I was to GPU pass through regularly with this system, I would probably use it. I'd probably use Looking Glass. But it's, like I said, it's just more convenient to not have to do GPU pass through at all if you can, like, not afford it. No, we finished the front end. I was just showing people for some reason. And yeah, we don't actually need Vulkan to use the majority of Premiere. Most of it works on the CPU. Most of it renders on the CPU. It's only for like the weird shit that they've done, like this this new project window uses Direct 3D 11 or 12, and so and it doesn't work in YND 3D. It does work with DXVK, but then you need a graphics card that's capable of Vulkan. And I don't want to risk my stream freezing up again right now, so I'm not going to bother installing Vulkan. The new project window suck disabling the settings. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And that's the only reason. That's actually the only reason we need Vulkan at all. Like I said, the actual. Can I actually? If I actually can disable this, that would be nice. All right, hang on. Premiere, disable, new project, new project screen. Everything, single thing they replaced with web UIs, it's slow and buggy on Wine. Yeah, I mean they like I said, they work with DXVK. They work with Vulkan. It's just I don't have Vulkan on here, and they are slow and shitty. They're annoying, but like they can be made to work. Photoshop, okay, gotcha. Well, it doesn't matter. Like I said, we don't need them for. To actually use Premiere. Hang on. If I go back into it. Yeah, as long as we make the project, it's fine. Like, we just have to go new project. Have to make it. Fine, doesn't matter. Yeah, once and this is only going to be a problem for me in my virtual machine. It's not going to be a problem for anyone actually using it on a real graphics card. So, but yeah, so otherwise everything inside it works fine. I can do the random Premiere bullshit. So this is 2023. Like I said, I cut my last 3 videos this way. Worked pretty much without incident. There was only one issue that I had, which was fairly minor. So yeah, I was gonna make a video about this, about the fact that you can do this, but then they came out with Premiere 2024, and the problem with Premiere 2024 is they've broken it somehow. So it boots up just as normal. So far, so good. Make a new project. Make a new project just as normal. So far, so good. So far seems okay. Something crashed. Whatever. I'm not interested in the learn dialogue. So we'll just close that. That'll probably be fine. Yeah. So can't display the learn dialogue. Don't really care. But try to make a sequence, and it just crashes. So my plan is today to try and figure out why this crash is occurring, because everything else seems fine. I'm guessing it's just this one tiny little thing that's different. Premiere 2024 has been a massive pain in our backside. It works massively slow for some reason on a Windows host. Damn, that's unfortunate. I haven't actually used it. I've only gotten this far and been like, oh, I guess it doesn't work. Oh well, and I would keep using 2023. But I feel like I want to see if I can get this working before I make a video about it. I mean, I'd be fine with making a video that's like, this only works for 2023. Sorry, you'll have to find a copy of 2023, not 2024 for now. But if I can get it to work with 2024, I figure I may as well. Thank you, Adobe. Very cool. An absolute Adobe moment. By the way, if you don't want to deal with the whole Creative Cloud shit at all, CS6 works on here pretty much flawlessly. It doesn't even have, like I mentioned, I had a minor issue running 2023 on Wine, but that wasn't a big deal, but was a minor issue. CS6 doesn't even have that minor issue. CS6 actually works pretty much flawlessly. But then of course you have to be comfortable with using software that's 12 years old now. That's the thing. Def send Adobe a crash report. My pirated software doesn't work on Linux, please. But hey, I never said it was. Ignore this Adobe Gen P thing on the screen. I never said it was pirated. They might have an issue with the fact that it's on Wine, but I never said it was pirated. Okay. All right, so we're going to use a debugger to figure out why it's crashing. I don't even know what the CC versions provide over CS6. There are like some UI improvements. I think there's better performance and multi-threading, better GPU stuff. Like I know CS6 only supported CUDA, but like the modern stuff supports like OpenCL and Metal if you're on Apple Silicon. Probably not stuff that everyone would care about. I mean, CS6 is still perfectly viable. I was using CS6 until 2021, I think. But there are some like minor improvements here and there. It looked like you were going to include a captcha on the email sign-up, not doing that. It's probably, I mean, I might add that eventually, but it's probably superseded by the fact that you need to have like a Twitch and a Patreon login to sign up. Like, they'll probably provide the anti-bot stuff for me. You know what I mean? Whatever the version is, started putting web components into it. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I know everyone's telling me to like switch to Resolve, and I might. You know, I do own a paid copy of it. I own the paid copy so that I can get the H.264 codecs. I just didn't realize that it didn't come with AAC codecs still. Even if you pay for it on Linux, it still can't import AAC. And you know, I mean, I guess I can transcode all my AAC stuff that I need to import into WAV. It's just a bit of a pain. I don't need to export AAC. I can export like royalty-free codecs because YouTube will support them. I just need to import AAC every now and then. It's just a pain in the ass, you know. Switch to Olive. I would love to. I have been thinking about like, is there a way to make to do Olive still? But like, whatever I do, I feel like whatever decision I make is going to be like a 6-month commitment to like getting Olive to do anything. So that's the thing. But I mean, maybe. Resolve is nice. They try to push you towards a specific workflow, which can be weird coming from Premiere, but when you get it rolling, it's really nice. Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest issue I've had. I've been using Premiere for almost 15 years now, and I've just grown very accustomed to it. And I haven't, like, it feels frustrating to not have, like, all the same, to not have the same keyboard shortcuts the same way that I'm familiar with working, but, like, I'm sure I could get over it. A little bit annoying to run on AMD GPUs on Linux, but yeah, I feel like I remember a little bit of that because I did play around with it for a while. Yeah, I use Olive all the time for small clips. I've never used it for anything longer than a minute though. Hell yeah. Basically, look, if we want to get into it, I mean, we don't have to. I feel like, okay, I'm only going to say this because we're talking about it already. I don't want to make this to sound like I'm making any kind of promises or anything like that, but I did think that if I was to do Olive, if I was to actually like finish Olive, I think what I would do is I would take what we've got and like strip it down a fair bit. I would make it a lot lighter. Just make it, you know, make sure it can edit well, and then just add like a comprehensive like plugin system so that everyone else can do the rest. It would be like a very open source model. It probably wouldn't appeal, like Olive was designed to appeal to professionals, which was probably a bit too ambitious, but I would be interested in like trying to rework it as a more open source strategy of just like making it so that you know, so that the users can extend it, making that kind of the central theme. and then and just providing a like solid, really solid foundation, and then just letting the user, the community take it from there. That's an idea. But like again, even if I start that now, it's probably going to be like a several month long commitment to actually like see that through. But it would probably be a lot simpler than what I was trying to do with Olive, which was, you know, have a whole like end-to-end color management, you know, and modern physically or PBR, physically based rendering workflow and all of that. Would be content. I could make content out of it. I was always nervous about Olive because like Olive was always half finished, right? And it always made me nervous to advertise something that was half finished. But if I was to start the project as content and like have it be content from the beginning, I feel like people might be a little bit more understanding of that, and it wouldn't make me as nervous. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe it's something I'm thinking about. Yeah. Half finished describes everything I do. I don't see the problem. It's just that I never felt like it was a good idea to send a bunch of people to something that was half finished because we had so few resources in the first place. Getting a phone is buzzing a lot, and it's not because I'm popular. Don't worry, it's not because I'm popular. It's just because I'm getting just random bullshit. Twitch stories. Someone shared a story. No message from your doctor. Actually, I probably do need to read that. Please pick up your any residents, please pick up your messages from the lobby. It's like, well, I'm pretty sure I've done that, but I guess someone hasn't. Anyway, I'd use Olive while on vacation because Premiere wouldn't run on my laptop's NVS 4200M. Hey, hell yeah. Yeah, I really like the idea of something like Olive. Yeah, it's just a matter of actually seeing it through. No, I haven't given up on Premiere. I just wanted to take a moment to getting another message. Oh. Actually, I might need to reply to this one. All right. I've got no stories on Twitch, just 2 ironic ones. Was one of them mine? I did post an ironic one, that's true. Gosh, don't they know you're streaming? That's what I'm saying. Okay, so essentially, this is going to be fairly simple. I'm just going to run Premiere through a debugger, and we're going to see if we can track down where the crash is happening, and if we can, see if we can fix it. My thinking is it's probably going to be super simple. It's probably just going to be like, no, let me preface, let me hedge that a little. My thinking is if I can fix it, it's going to be super simple, and it's just going to be like putting a DLL in or something like that. But we'll find out. I don't know what to expect. All I know is that the way I've fixed Premiere in Wine so far is just by transplanting a DLL here and there. And so my hope is that it'll be that simple. I'll just transplant another DLL and it'll be fine. So I'm not going to spend like a shitload of time on this. If this doesn't work, if I can't figure this out in like a couple hours, then I don't think I'm gonna spend like weeks on it. It's just I'm just gonna see what I want to know is if it's a simple fix, then I'll fix it. And I suspect it's a simple fix, but we don't know yet. We'll find out. Drag all the DLLs. Just copy all the DLLs in. Why not in fact, just make it Windows, you know? Why does anything have to be Wine at all? Okay, I forgot that Premiere is obviously 64-bit, and I have to use the 64-bit version of the debugger. I'm so used to using the 32-bit version, because I'm usually playing with games from fucking 30 years ago. Alright, so let's see how this goes. I'm getting a bunch of pointless callbacks. I'm probably just going to disable those, because I don't need them. Do not need these. What I'm looking for is probably going to be like an access violation or something like that. Let's see how this goes. We're already getting a C++ extension, but we don't really care about that. That's a C++ exception is probably just something being thrown and caught later on. Not really interested in that. As a matter of fact, I might even ignore it for now because I think we're going to get a more severe crash whenever that happens. So we're going to ignore E06 D7363. Yep, C++ exception. Don't worry about it. Ignore it. How are we going to piss off Adobe today? We're going to run it on Linux, on Lunix. Alright, whatever. Okay, so we are in Premiere. We're going to make a new project. Actually, we'll just open the last project. We don't need to make a new one. Not going to worry about that because this is just the Learn tab. Don't care. Let's see if we actually catch this exception, shall we? Alright. VCPP exception error. Mod not found. Interesting. That sounds like it's just missing a DLL. Let's look up this exception. VCPP exception error mod not found. Mod would mean module in this circumstance. What was your opinion on Kden Live? Have you ever used it? I feel like I have used it, but it was a long time ago, and I felt like it wasn't quite up to what I needed it to do. It's probably fine for small stuff, but for like the big stuff that I do, it didn't feel quite there yet. Maybe it is now, not sure. But yeah. This looks so interesting, I should tune in here more often. Telling of Sweden is 2:30 AM. Oof, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I would have started earlier. A bunch of things happened today, so I ended up starting late. But thanks so much for hanging out. My plan is to start streaming earlier in the day for me, so it's a little easier for people in Europe. I walk in here, the PP exception, yo! That's the rules. Those are the rules I live by. Is the PP exception, the exception to the rule. I don't know what the rule is, but it's always that. I don't know. All right. Specified module could not be found. Okay, so we have to figure out what this module is then. I wonder what it is. Oh, it's is it as easy as it's just missing MC speech to text.dll, the thing in the fucking stack? Let's find out. MC speech to speedo. Why did I type speedo? MC speedo. I'm thinking about PPs. Okay, speech to text DLL. Apparently I'm not the only one. So this is an actual Adobe DLL. Where do they install this? Is it just in here? It is in here. Alright, so do I have dump bin on here? No. I mean, I'd have it on here, but I don't have it sim linked. So what I'm gonna do is essentially... Oh, do I not even have VC42? Shit. Alright. I could have sworn I did. Wait. Oh, I deleted it. That's why. My bad. I accidentally deleted a folder that I really shouldn't have, and I had to recreate all my wine shit. That's okay. So we're looking for dump bin. I'm gonna get some imports from this just to see. Speech to text. What are we actually doing here? MC Speedo. Invalid format. Oh, because it's 64-bit. Fuck! Shit. That's annoying. It might be... Oh, wait. Look at this. This might actually be our answer. What are these? Maybe these are actually the only problem. ICUUC. Actually, real quick, so let me just write this down so I can keep a note. MC speech to text.dll is looking for these DLLs apparently. Looking for, oops, oh shit, I accidentally control seed instead of control shift seed. It's looking for this, and this. But actually, I want to make sure that that is why it's crashing and not a red herring. Alright, we're ready to go. iCock DLL. Jesus. True. True. Alright, so... Don't care. Let me just double check that that's actually the error that's crashing it. Because if so, that's really easy. I mean, in theory, it's very easy. We just have to figure out what these DLLs belong to. Yup. That would be really annoying if like the whole editor got caught up on some speech to text shit. Like, huh? Is the UI running fine with DXVK? The UI would be running fine with DXVK if I had Vulkan on this virtual machine, which I do not. Mod not found. Access violation. Yeah, so this is what I'm not sure about. Is the access violation related to those DLLs? I guess the point is I can just track those DLLs down and... Because other stuff happens as well, but yeah, maybe we just need those DLLs. Smappy1 is in here, but ICUUC is not... Oh wait, we've got ICUUC 69. Yo, nice! But we don't have just the regular one. Or this one, or ICUN. But why are these... We have them both 69. Are these the DLL, but maybe they get... I was gonna say maybe they get sim-linked, but there are no sim-links on Windows. So... Is it actually gonna be that simple? Let me try this. Let me try something real quick. Oops. Let me, Oh, nope, we're not gonna do that terminate. We're gonna terminate from here. It's just a little bit nicer for it. Close. So if I... like, copy and paste these so that they are no longer 69'd. Because I'm guessing the 69 is the version. This is something that happens in, if you don't know, this is something that happens in Linux a lot, where you'll have like libavcodec.so. They're called so's in Linux, and then you'll have like .6, and then you'll have like .6.58 or something. Actually, it'd be like the other way around. These are basically sim-linked, so this will drop down to this, which will drop down to this. And the idea is that if your program is linked with libavcodec, then it'll find this, the library it's looking for. But if it's linked to a specific version, it'll find that too. So it'll find either of these, or if it's linked to a less specific version, but still a version, it'll link to this. Windows, as far as I know, does not have this, so it would be unusual for this to be the case, but not impossible? There are symlinks. Well, they aren't used in this way, is what I mean. There are symlinks, you're right, but no one uses them. Unless Adobe used them, like that would be very strange for them to do. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, so knowing that, I've added these DLLs. I don't know if it's going to be happy with them. We're going to find out. Wouldn't surprise me if Adobe implemented something like that just for themselves. Yeah, and it would also, it would explain why this wouldn't work on Wine, because that probably doesn't translate over. It almost certainly doesn't translate over when you just copy and paste the Premiere directory from Windows to Linux. Yeah, fucking the learn thing is still not working. That's fine. Who cares? Go on. Bro, no! Really? That was it? No fucking way. Okay, well, you know, I guess I was right. It was really easy. I had a feeling it was gonna be one of those damn things. One of those things where it's just like, it's just again, it's a DLL meme. You just have to like put the DLL in the right place and it works. Hang on, let's actually put some real video in here. Let's actually test this properly. All that for speech to text, fucking apparently, yeah. Weird. Anyway, let's give it an actual video, shall we? So I've got some old footage. I always use the same piece of footage whenever I'm testing anything. It's a video I took back in Japan when I last visited Osaka. Works for me. Sorry, it's a little bit loud. Yeah, I didn't have like a decent mic or anything. I just like fucking filmed. I just pointed a camera at the Dotonbori fucking gate. Yeah, I mean it works. It's slow, but that's probably just because it's in a virtual machine. Like it's not running. It's clearly not 60 FPS, but that's probably just the virtual machine. Or yeah, almost certainly. All right, well, I mean easy clap indeed, guys. Well. Well, now what? Okay, so I guess the instruction is, all I had to do, for God's sake, in addition to what I usually do, which is stuff with MSXML, all I had to do was find ICU in 69 and rename it to that. And then same with iCook. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Windows 10 does include ICU DLLs now. I'm guessing the problem in Wine doesn't vend the ICU DLLs itself. Seems like a thing Wine should fix. Maybe. That is a good question. Like, where do these come from? Oh, apparently they're the international components for Unicode. ICUC Wine. Why does it? I hate saying ICU every time. I hate saying that. It always sounds like I'm about to tell a joke, like ICUP. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why these wouldn't be in there. Like, can you do wine tricks? ICU. I cook. Did you make a typo in the ICUC name transfer? When? I don't think so. Oh, here, yeah, you're right. I don't know. ICU3, oh god. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if these DLLs are supposed to come with Windows. I'm not sure why they're not in Wine. But I mean, they ship with Premiere, obviously, so... I mean, they're there, they work, it's all good. I can't fucking believe it was actually that easy, like, it's so stupid. I don't know if it's worth spelling it or saying it. I almost feel like it's, at least when you're saying I cuck, it's at least kind of, what would you call it? Like, I feel like saying I cuck, it makes me feel less stupid than saying I see you see. Yeah, I don't know. For simple fixes, I love it. So yeah, I think we'll see a video out pretty soon. I should also probably, maybe I'll even write something up on the forum. Would you guys watch me write something on the forum? Like for how to install Premiere, or maybe I should do that off stream. It's probably not super interesting watching me write stuff. New from Apple, the iCock. Oh god. Is that just like a fancy chair that they can put in hotels? They just make a really fancy chair, like an Apple chair. Only if you dictate it with a silly voice. Hello. No, I don't know how to do it. Apple iChair. See, when you put the Apple iChair in the corner of a hotel room, it becomes the iCuck, right? You see what I mean? I didn't realize Olive was your own project until now. Yep, it's a me, the Olive guy. And like I said, I'm still thinking about like strategies for making that work. I think it's possible to deliver something that would really, like, for the kind of Linux open source people that Olive ended up attracting, I think I could probably put something together that would really work for them. It might not appeal to the pros that Olive was originally designed for, but who cares? The pros have, you know, Avid and Resolve and Final Cut and Premiere. Like, they probably don't care about open source. So, I mean, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about what I can do. The Olive guy just sounds like the average New Yorker. They eat too many of them. Is that so? I didn't know that was a New York stereotype. Matt Casey kilobytes. Yeah, only 640 of them. Why would you need any more than that? Gosh, I don't have any more content planned, guys. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess what we could do. All right, I've got an idea. Let's try and get the latest versions of like Photoshop and After Effects working. Actually, After Effects might be ambitious. Let's try ensuring that the latest version of Photoshop works. What do you guys think? So I'll need to boot up a Windows, another Windows VM real quick. I mean, that's probably going to be easy too. I can't imagine it'll be challenging, but why not? What's that game that first kept asking you to play? H2 Overdrive? Yeah, maybe. We have some time. Premiere decomp? Oh god. No, it's not a decomp, it's an open source re-implementation. Obviously. You know, how much do you want to bet that Adobe has Linux ports of their stuff in-house, but they just don't release them because they're dicks about it? Like, because think about it, they already have an entirely custom user interface. It's the same user interface on Windows and Mac. It's entirely custom. They're using their own in-house GUI toolkit, which on paper would mean it would be pretty easy to port to Linux, because like the GUI toolkit is always the hardest part. So I would bet that they've done experiments with this before. They've done like ports to Linux before just to see if it would work, and it probably did. And they were just like, well, we still don't think we'll make enough money off it to be worth making it. So I'm gonna guess that's probably true. Okay, so I just need to grab a copy of Foofashoop. What vegetables are grown in Italy? Olives. Matt Casey is the olive guy. Matt Casey is Italian. True. Based. I'm trying to think like. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's get Windows running real quick. I need to. I'm gonna not risk. Actually, maybe I should. We're at kind of a crossroads with the stream anyway. I'm gonna risk running a GPU pass-through VM, and hopefully the world is not on fire as I do it. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash again. It's one of those things that only happens when I'm live. That's what makes it increasingly difficult to troubleshoot. All right. All right. Let's try it. Hang on. I just need to add these. Yup. And yup. Let's make this slot +6 function 1. All right. Here goes nothing. If the whole stream ends, you'll know why. Would there be that much of a performance hit running into VM? No, it's just gonna make it easier for me to like set things up. It just means I don't have to make a non-pass-through version of this VM, because currently the only version I have is a pass-through version. Stop streaming. Yeah, Windows, this VM is about to hit the stop streaming button, I think. Alright, here we are. Windows 11 time. There it is. That was weird. Alright, so far so good. Let's grab... Oh, what? Why do I not have... I thought this was actually the... Oh, what's happened? Something's happened. Go away, ExpressVPN. Is this actually not the system I downloaded this on? I thought it was the system I downloaded this on. Huh, maybe not. Interesting. Well, never mind then. Ignore this. We did not need to do this at all. But hey, the good news is it did work. Sponsorship. I wish. My God. I guess I did get a NordVPN sponsorship that one time. But I don't actually, I don't currently use NordVPN, so yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the graphics driver got an update or something. I don't know what happened. I think it was normal though. I don't think it was actually something weird happening. So let's go boot up into. Oh, it's this VM that I wanted. Okay, so yeah. So far, so good. Things are looking up for good old my my computer. Jesus. All right, never mind. I'm just gonna try and do this off. Fuck it. Who cares? Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. We're good. Okay. Ah. I know you can't see any of this, sorry about that. It's just, I have to set a bunch of bullshit. Alright, that should be okay. What else have I done recently? I did set up I have another, well, it's kind of, I don't know if it's, no, I've talked about that project before, I just haven't done anything about it yet. So I don't really have any updates on that. Good old, well, it's not so old, yeah. What capture card is that? This is a Magewell Quad HDMI. It's known for, like, the Magewells are considered, their primary advantage is that you can throw just about anything at them and they should take them. And I think it goes up to 2048 by 2160, which is kind of a weird resolution. It's like, it's the vertical height of 4K, but not the width of 4K. I'm not sure why. I guess just bandwidth, but yeah. You can hear Windows 11 sounds from this VM now. I guess I could probably share this. I just have to share it as a window. Let me see. Let me try to do that real quick. All right. So far, so good. Here we go. Okay. Sure. This should work. So this is a different Windows VM. And I'm gonna run Creative Cloud. See, look, I'm using real Adobe software to acquire this Photoshop. Is the pass-through GPU just connecting back to the capture card? Yes, it is. Uh-oh. Oh no, this was a temporary email. I don't have this email anymore. No, I have to make a new one. Oh, it's okay, it doesn't matter. What's the music playing right now? Voyage Beyond. It's on synthwave radio on some YouTube shit. All right, we're gonna make a brand new Adobe account real quick. Oh, I could do it with the Doing Your Mom domain. So true. Actually, I might unironically do that. Let's make a burner Adobe account. I might actually just use my account. I mean, they're not gonna care, are they? Or should I actually make a new one? I could make a new one. Tell you what, I'll make a new one. I'll call it Adobe at hang on, what should I call it? Not Adobe at Doing Your Mom. Just like how about Hey Adobe, I'm Doing Your Mom. That works for me. Adobe is bad, Doing Your Mom. Yeah, something like that. Hang on. All right, I'll go ahead and make it. I have to make it off stream because I have to. All right. Hey Adobe, I'm Doing Your Mom. I think that's unironically gonna be it. Cool. All right, so we'll go back to webmail. Hey Adobe, I'm Doing Your Mom. Cool, cool, good stuff. I love logging into my own email account on doingyour.mom. All right, so my new email. hey Adobe, I'm doing your mom. And whatever the hell. Oh god, I have to come up with a uncommon email password. Actually, I guess it should be something I can remember, right? All right, good enough. I'm old. I don't understand how these computers work. That's how I accidentally ran Gen P and moved it to Linux. Oh, thanks for all the suggestions. Adobe sucks at doing your mom. Yeah, that could have been good as well. Wait, why is it frozen? Uh-oh. Are they gonna be upset about me being 123 years old? Come on, you can send me an email. Oh, they did send me an email. Oh, thanks for the thanks for the other emails, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's verify. Easy, no problemo. All right. Cool. Get out of here. Most tech-savvy 120-year-old. I mean, yeah, only 120. Only the finest, the wisest of our older generation would use doing your .mom, right? You know what I mean? All right, so sign in. Okay, I guess we've got an account now. I think we verified it at least. Can we actually sign up? Yes. If you type in !mail and create a, and you're as long as you're a Twitch partner or a patron, you can sign up your very own email at doingyourmom or billgates.sex. You can have one of each per account, one per domain per account, essentially. Twitch partner? Is that what I said? I meant Twitch sub. Yeah, you got to be a partner. You got to be a famous person on Twitch, obviously. Twitch sub. Yeah, my bad. I must have misspoke. Cut me a break. I'm 123 years old. Okay. Pretty exclusive club. Yeah, only my partner friends can get a doing your mom email. Despite the fact that I'm not a partner yet. Even I'm not a partner. Even I don't fit the category for a doing your mom email. Anyway. I'm famous, but I don't have a Twitch partner. It's not good enough. You gotta be a Twitch partner. What are you doing with your life? Anyway. Let's install Photoshop. Maybe I will install After Effects. I do use I haven't used After Effects a lot recently. I did use a lot of After Effects back in the day, but I feel like that might be a challenge, getting After Effects working. But we'll see. And hell, why don't we get Illustrator as well? Let's just get fucking everything. Acrobat, why not? I guess shitting in the sink suddenly became quite impressive at 100 years. Yeah, I mean, I can't, like, what do you expect an 123-year-old to do? Go to the toilet? You know, sometimes you gotta make do with what you have. I've used so much After Effects in my time, but I hate it so much. True. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. What VM? KVM, Vert Manager, QMU. Whichever one of those means anything to you. Yeah, I'm not going to guarantee that we'll actually get all of these working. I mean, Adobe has so many fucking programs. That's how they get you. They're like, pay $80 a month and you get access to all the Creative Cloud programs. Isn't that great? But it's like, how many people are actually using all of the Adobe programs? By and large, they're only each person's probably only using up to 3 or 4 maybe. And it's like, it's obviously a trick. It's obviously like, you know, they know that you're only going to use about 3 or 4 of these programs. That any one creative is only going to use about 3 or 4 of any of these programs. Anyway. I need Dreamweaver. Man, I haven't used Dreamweaver since it was owned by Macromedia. Actually, was I'm now second guessing myself. Was Dreamweaver Macromedia? Yeah, it was. That was the last time, unironically, that was the last time I used Dreamweaver. Man, what a time to be alive. Explore your account? Don't tell me what to do. Anyway. Last Adobe software I used was Macromedia Flash MX 2004. Man, what a blast from the past that is. Why would you use Dreamweaver? It's like a web authoring app. I don't know what advantages it would have over like WordPress or Squarespace or like any of those WYSIWYG editors that are out there today. I, of course, write everything in raw HTML because I'm an idiot, so I wouldn't know. There is a reason the chats stay on the screen? Yes. Is that how you pronounce WYSIWYG? It can be. Yeah, I mean, if you want to spell it out, you can. Just like if you want to spell GUI out, like GUI. But like, I believe back in the day, like in the 90s and the 80s, people said WYSIWYG like WYSIWYG because it was like, it was a, programmers back then had that sense of humor. They would just call stuff shit that sounded funny. And so I think it's a term from that era. You gotta use Microsoft Expression Web 4. I do remember using Microsoft Front Page a lot back in the day. Well, I mean, not a lot, but back before I knew how to write HTML, I would be like, whoa, it's a web page, and I'd write it in Front Page. I don't think I had Front Page 2003 though. I had an older version. I had like I had that Front Page Express that came with Windows 98, I think. Yeah, this shit. Not quite as impressive, but hey, it works. It works if you don't know how to write HTML. WYSIWYG is such an unhinged acronym. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Reminds me of how people pronounce SCSI and SPDIF. Yeah, true. Like I said, all the acronyms from the 90s, I think nerds specifically made them so that because they sounded funny. Shut the fuck up, Windows 11. Actually, this is useful. This is good. Yeah, WYSIWYG. To be fair, I am 123 years old, so I might be using the older terms for these, right? Okay, so now what we want is we want to grab the Fufashoop folder, this one, and I'm just gonna zip it up because it's gonna be easier to transfer it as a zip than as a thousands of loose files. Throw it in a 7-zip. Do you spell gooey? I didn't used to. When I was a kid, I would always say GUI, but as an adult, you know, I'm running out of time. I'm getting old. I'm 123 years old. I'm running out of time. You know, I'm on the go. So I ended up shortening it to GUI. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here, OneDrive. It's an older code, but it checks out. True. OneDrive is harassing you. I don't use Windows anymore. I'm not used to it popping up this bullshit at me. Anyway. I'm old. The last version of Windows that was good was Windows 2000, okay? I just had a thought, would a Windows virus of some kind run with Wine have like any way to do shit on Linux? I think it could, but only if it was designed for Wine. Like you could probably do, so, okay, here's what I'm thinking. Hurry up. Here's what I'm thinking. So, can I make it bigger? Yes, I can. Okay. So, delete system32 won't do anything. It'll only delete system32 in the Wine prefix. So that won't work. Installing stuff into startup. I don't think Wine acknowledges startup, so probably not. What else do viruses do? They encrypt stuff. They could probably encrypt stuff like ransomware encryption. might be able to get somewhere. So the thing is that the C drive would be relatively isolated, but the Z drive is like your actual Linux root. So you would have access to the Linux root. You wouldn't have permissions to do anything wild, but you could delete stuff from the desktop maybe. Oops. You could delete like documents and desktop stuff maybe. That's I think as far as you could go. You could delete some you could delete or encrypt personal files, I think. You know you can uninstall OneDrive on control panel. Yeah, but I don't use this system, so I don't know if I wanna. I don't know if I'd bother putting any effort into it. But yeah, I mean, if I use this more regularly, I guess I would. Where's Creative Cloud up to? Oh wait, it's still installing Photoshop? I thought it was done. I thought it said it was done. Oh, maybe this just hasn't updated yet. It might just be slow as fuck. Yeah, just install Illustrator. Yeah, so never mind. Okay, so we have Photoshop, After Effects. I think if it refreshes, we'll have Illustrator. Go get the fuck out of here! What are those pop-ups, bro? I need ad block, but for Adobe's own ads on their own software. Yeah, I hate the Creative Cloud. Yeah, I know. I mean, what's nice is on the Mac, there's like a script that can download. Yeah, on Mac OS, yeah, Adobe Packager, there's a script that can download the Mac versions of these things, but I think it's Mac only. I don't think you can get the Windows stuff this way. It'd be so fucking cool if you could. Actually, I wonder if you can. Like, hang on. It's designed for Mac OS, so I don't know. But maybe you can like modify it. It's just a Python script, so maybe you can modify it so it's so it can do the Windows versions as well. That'd be fun. I'd love that. Then you wouldn't. Then you could do the whole thing on Linux. You wouldn't even need to, because the only reason I need Windows to do this is fucking Creative Cloud doesn't run on Wine. But like, if you could have a script to do it, that would be so sick. $80 a month for you to get ads anyway. Gotta love Adobe. True. What's your opinion on libc FDLL being in every single app? You mean the Chromium embedded framework? I mean, that's the modern world. That's everything is a browser today. Yeah. I mean, the web is such a convenient way of making a front end. It is so convenient. And in many ways, you can get some great results. Like, you know, you don't have to look any further than my very own Mail KC to see that you can get some really nice results out of the web today, out of modern HTML and CSS. The only problem is that JavaScript kind of fucking sucks. Like, it's just slow as hell. It's hard to write. It can be difficult to read. JavaScript is just kind of terrible. And like, I feel like it wouldn't, like, everything being web wouldn't be so bad if JavaScript wasn't so terrible. Yeah, anyway. A watch streak. Hey, nice. I didn't know that either. Do you think it's cheating at programming? For a front end, I'm gonna say no, because I see I absolutely understand the temptation. I think for a back end, if you're doing like a back end, like a big program in JavaScript or in Python, I think you probably shouldn't do that. Hate it so much, TBH is like 200 megabytes and it's everywhere. Why can't it be a single DLL? You might see that more on Linux. That might be just a Windows thing, because like Windows, by design, every app just contains its own dependencies. On Linux, there's much more of an emphasis on sharing the dependencies amongst. Though I guess you could do that on Windows. You'd install it as like a runtime. You install like the Chromium embedded framework runtime, and you just install that with your app. And as long as it was there, you know, you wouldn't need to. Maybe it's possible, but yeah. Unless you use snaps, that's true as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't love the fact that the web is so that just for like simple apps, simple text apps or simple chat apps, you need an entire browser. I feel like I don't love that. I don't love the bloat involved in that. But I absolutely see the temptation of building a UI with a web rendering engine, because they've done a good job at making it easy to make UIs in the web. That's like absolutely true. Adobe Packager, but for Windows. Man, I'm half tempted to fork this and try to get it to download Windows versions, but I don't know if it's like, I have no idea how viable that is. Oh! Wait, what's this? That's what I'm searching for after CC Maker. Unfortunately, I don't know the vast procedure to download packages. It's designed to work on macOS specifically, so no wonder it relies on Xcode to function. What? But it's a Python script, huh? I don't know. I'm gonna have to double check this this claim. What interests me? Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? But the point is, it doesn't exist yet. But I'm half tempted to like fork it and see if it can be made to work on Windows. Why are you using Bing? Once again, I don't use this virtual machine. I'm only on here so that I can, because I'm waiting for the shit to download, which it is now. I don't use this OS. I'm not going to bother like installing all my preferred shit on a virtual machine that I only open like once every 6 months. That's why. All right, so gonna archive all these as well, and we'll send them all over. It also requires root access and your password? I certainly hope not. To get accurate Google results, just add Reddit to the end. Yeah, true. I definitely do that. Like, because sometimes you don't want that AI generated bullshit to show up. Like, what if I'm like, okay, what if I want to compare like, I don't know, Ryzen. What's the latest? Hang on. Sure. Versus like, okay, yeah, whatever. And then like most of the first results are just some like, actually these might be two that you compare relatively often. Let me try and compare with like a, I don't know, i9. This might be a less fair comparison, but still. Oftentimes the results you get are just a bunch of like, so this is going to be just comparing specs, which is like somewhat pointless, because the specs can give you a inaccurate reading of what the CPU is actually good for. And the next one is like, is it another one? Is another auto-generated page? Yeah, half of these pages are just auto-generated. They're just like, we're just going to put the specs side by side, even though that doesn't really tell you much of anything. Like, we say this is 21% better, and it's like it's basically meaningless. But yeah, if you add like Reddit on the end, you'll actually get some real human being opinions. Like, fucking finally, right? It actually is a true search engine life hack. Yeah, you're right. It's true. Okay, so we're almost done here. I just need to button up Illustrator, I think. Oh, actually, these are still going. Photoshop is still going. After Effects is still going, and I think I need to do Illustrator. Do this as well. Okay. Yeah, that's the only thing, is that these take a little while to happen, so I guess we're here for a while. User benchmark in itself is extremely inaccurate and biased towards Intel. Damn, I didn't even know that, but it makes sense. Binger's better at that. Go to Google and see that AI crap. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's true. After it became popular to add Reddit, it's become even more astroturfed. Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, you better believe the AI garbage is adding Reddit to their keyword spam now. That's true. Fucking hell. Like, again, man, the internet was a mistake. I don't know. Anyway, we're still waiting for this shit to happen. Yeah. Reddit is one of the shittiest places on the internet, yet it has a ton of information somehow. It's because it replaced literally every forum in the world. Like, Reddit is the one place where people post information and it doesn't get lost into the ether like it does on Discord. It used to be forums, like individual forums, but Reddit was basically a centralizing of all of all forums. So Reddit is like the modern version of the information that you used to find on forums. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I've seen many comments that have had their shit replaced by users protesting the API stuff. It's actually kind of funny because you'll see like a regular conversation and then like someone will come along and just be like, I've left Reddit because of the API changes. And then someone replies with something completely irrelevant. And then the original guy is like, I've left due to the Reddit API changes. And it's actually kind of funny to read. Yeah. I don't think you replied before. Am I understanding right that you're basically copying the installed directory to your Linux machine and running that through Wine rather than installing through Wine? Correct. Creative Cloud, this web-based bullshit, does not run in Wine. And not to say it couldn't be made to run in Wine. It's quite possible it could be. I just haven't figured it out. And I don't know if I want to spend that much time figuring it out. As it turns out, Adobe apps are not picky about where they run. You can just install the apps, copy them to a completely different computer, and they will run. Now, they will look for Creative Cloud and be like, am I allowed to run? That's why you need to crack them, because Creative Cloud cannot run. You quite literally cannot run these legitimately because Creative Cloud doesn't run on Wine. You have to crack them so that they don't look for Creative Cloud. It's pretty funny, but yeah. User Benchmark literally copy-pasted their biased review of the 5800X 3D for the 7800X 3D? Damn. Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind. I didn't even know that was a thing. But yeah, I didn't even know they were like a irreputable company. Yeah. I've never really thought about it, but Reddit seems more like a forum than the modern idea of social media. Yeah, it's basically Reddit and Discord together kind of jointly replaced the whole concept of forums. Discord replaced the more like immediate side, and Reddit replaced the less immediate side. But Reddit, like, I've thought about this before as well, that it might be interesting to, because I understand that like my forum, PHPBB, it is a bit old. And I know that, you know, arguably that is the point. But I do think it might be interesting to generalize this experience more. I've been thinking about ways to make like to make like a more modern, more like, yeah, something more modern than a forum, but kind of hits my goals for a forum, which would undoubtedly be something that would be a Reddit competitor in some way. I've got like ideas, but I haven't like figured something out yet. Gonna write my own social media platform. What a good idea. Anyway. Yeah, Discord is an even worse place. Discord is a terrible place for information. Yeah, but and I kind of lament that a lot of tech support is done in Discord now, because you can't find those things very easily. That's why I've kind of got ideas for like something that might be somewhere in between. Do it. Most forum software sucks right now. Hey, maybe I will. I'm definitely thinking about it. Discord is purely for shit posting. It should be, yeah. Twitter blocked Discord. Oh yeah, you can't get previews now. I saw that. That's some fucking shit, isn't it? Like, just to get a tweet preview, now you have to use like VX Twitter and shit. That would again be an amazing stream project. Hey, yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. People that host their binaries, even source code in Discord, drive me insane. Oh god, don't even get me started. Yeah, the people who like they host their stuff only on Discord. I just want to I want to strangle them in Minecraft. Yeah. I hate those. Yeah, I hate those joint Discord if you need help. I hate those too. Like, what was so wrong with, or just join our Discord to do anything? Like, what was so wrong with just like, imagine if I was like, I mean, to be fair, I already, I was gonna say, imagine if I had limited like the signing up an email to my Discord. To be fair, I guess I did already limit it to Twitch subs and patrons who are mostly in my Discord anyway. But regardless, what was so wrong with like a static page for stuff, right? Discord is actually expiring file links now because people are using it for malware. Oh shit, really? Like poor free Discord storage. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it. Thinking about what I might be able to do. How did every social media go to shit in the last 5 years? I don't know. I definitely think there's a degree of what we were talking about earlier on in the stream about like monetization. My guess is a lot of these websites were being funded by like venture capital. They like venture capitalists had sunk millions of dollars into these websites, and maybe that started drying up, and they're having to like scramble to figure out how to not go bankrupt. Maybe. I have no idea. So and that's why like shit's getting so obnoxious nowadays. I don't know. That's just a guess though. I don't know what's happening internally in all these places. Every social media ran at a loss. Yeah, I mean that's basically what I'm saying. That like they were all borrowing money. They were borrowing money to gain market share this whole time, and they haven't quite figured out how to actually be sustainable money-wise. Fuck venture capital too. Yeah, I can get behind that. It's mostly VC shit. They don't like the fact that they're not getting the infinite growth they wanted. Yeah, I mean the bubble has to burst at some point, right? N-shitification has a Wikipedia page? My god. Platform decay. Interesting. I mean, like I said, I believe in platforms making money. It's just that I don't know if there are any good ways for these websites to make money. Like, obviously what they're doing is making their ads more and more obnoxious. And, you know, in the idea in theory of the people who can pay for a service subsidizing the people who cannot pay for a service is a good idea in theory. It's just in practice, most people don't pay for things because they can. They pay for things only if they have to. So I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. Like I said, the solution probably was that 30 years ago they probably should have built monetization into the internet. You know, the solution is to just pay. Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, yeah, maybe it'll become like when I say people don't pay because they can, they pay because they have to. Maybe it'll become you have to, right? There's stuff like how co-host and Pillow Fort monetize optional subscription/donations. Well, that's the same as Discord Nitro, isn't it? It's something that it's an optional thing that you can pay for. But like I said, most people don't pay for things because they can. They pay for things when they have to. Node.exe, what does Adobe use Node.js for? I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe, it might be because they have like some of their front end is web-based now. Maybe they have a bunch of like React stuff running in there. I don't know. But then again, they just need a browser for that, wouldn't they? Assuming it was the React stuff was compiled correctly. Plugin scripts? Oh, that's interesting. I've never written any Photoshop plugins. The Chrome embedded stuff? Yeah, maybe. Extensively for internal stuff. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Oh, here's libsif. Excellent. And this is only one of them. We've still got two more. Well, but when this is done, we'll just flop on over and start using it, right? No problemo. Um, the problem is the standard for not paying up front for anything has already been set. Yeah, and you absolutely know that if a company like Twitter, or maybe Twitter's a bad example, if any company, when any company locks features behind a paywall, people complain. People hate that. People. There's not much that people hate more on the internet than things that are locked behind a paywall, and but in some ways, that's probably the only way that the web is going to be sustainable long term, is if people actually pay for it rather than ads paying for it. But people don't want to pay for their services, and they don't want to look at ads. And I don't know. There's no real way to make that work long term. People hate things that were free becoming not free. They're usually okay with new things not being free. That's probably true, but does that mean that all of the current social medias must die, and then in all the new social medias must crop up as paid services? I mean, maybe. It's what's interesting. It reminds me of something I've heard, which is that I've heard it's better to fire someone than to cut their pay, because cutting their pay is going to lead to such a loss in morale and such a loss in motivation, so much resentment, that you're better off just firing that person and replacing them with someone to hiring a new person at that new pay rate, which is unfortunate, but it makes sense. I mean, yeah, it's I guess that's kind of the same thing we're talking about here. Yeah. Seems like it might be that way. Somehow, yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. The case of Lego Island, you fire them and cut their pay. Yeah, well, we're not talking about the asshole managers of Mindscape. Yeah. Ads don't really scale. They work on small websites along with donations, but if you store video for free, it's probably not sustainable. Somehow YouTube claims to be profitable, but yeah, I mean, I can absolutely see maybe YouTube is profitable through premium. Maybe they've pushed premium enough, but Reddit says they're not profitable, and I believe them. Reddit says that they like break even, and I believe them. I still think it was probably I don't agree that cutting third-party clients is going to help in that regard, but I believe them when they say that the website is not profitable. Mindscape, more like my fuck. True. All right, let's get Photoshop. Now that Photoshop is done, let's get that over to Linux. Like I said, I'll be making a video explaining this, so if anyone actually wants to try this on their system one day, I'll have a formal video that explains it a little bit better. Is that like Hollywood profitable, where YouTube is only profitable under some wacky accounting? I have no idea. YouTube, of course, they're not going to like release a lot of this stuff, so... that's weird. Why is it asking me for credentials? It should be guessed aloud. Strange. You're baking a video? Yeah. That's what I said. So what you're saying is if I write my own social media, I should charge for it from the very beginning. Make sure I'll just make it like actually, I guess I could, because if I make my own social media, I could do the same thing I did with the Mail KC and just say like, well, for now it's only open to patrons and Twitch subs, and then when I open it up to the public, I'll be like, now it's $1 or something like that. I wonder if you could do something like that. If I could do something like that. Why is this asking for my fucking information? Anyway. Do what Something Awful did, charge $10 for an account. Yeah, I guess so. But Something Awful isn't doing the greatest right now either. Damn, maybe I might have to hang on. I'm gonna try and figure this out real quick. Okay, well at least that works. IP address docs. Oh no, not my local IP. Draw him in with the front page? Yeah, maybe. I wonder. Matt's cool chat. Cut bots. I guess it could be... I don't mind the idea of like... Because I believe in free information. I don't hate the idea of like... read for free, but to post you need to pay for an account. That feels like it's not a terrible model. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, really. That scale? I don't know. Serving everyone. I mean, there's got to be a point where the people who do pay subsidize the people that don't. I'm sure not everyone needs to pay, but I don't know. I love that we're talking about this. I've legit been playing something like that for months now. Hey, nice. Well, best of luck with it. I have no idea. I haven't done any numbers. I'm just spitballing, really. Just do a fandom and make free users have 90% of the screen covered in ads. Oh god. Yeah, I hate fandom. Like I said, in general, I don't mind websites having ads because I support, you know, websites making money, but fandom, I don't know how, I don't know why people put up with that. Like, why, if I was a fan of something and I made a website, I don't know why I would ever choose fandom to make my website on. I just don't feel like it's worth it. You make paid one, someone will just make a free one and scale it with VC money? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Have I seen, completely unrelated, but have you seen this? I think I have, yes. The XP bootleg for the Famicom in the... Yeah, I believe I've seen photos of this before. Hey, just so you guys know what I'm talking about. Let's make sure we're on the right virtual machine. Here we go. Yeah. I'm fairly certain I looked at like a Wikipedia, or no, not a Wikipedia, but like an article that had a bunch of these, because there's Windows 98 on the NES as well. Yeah, I think I looked at this bootleg games wiki. Oh, unfortunately, it's on fandom.com. But yeah, and I think I found this through that. But this would be wild to try out. It can't be that comprehensive of an operating system, though. It'd be like, you know, basically, I feel like it's gonna be the complexity of making a Windows clone in PowerPoint or in Flash or something like that. Like, you're not really gonna get that much out of it. You could get some good jokes out of it, though, for sure. I miss Wikia. Oh, yeah! What was... Man, did Wikia disappear? I actually don't know what happened to Wikia. Alright, so we're extracting Photoshop. I think it might be done, actually. I think it's done. Cool. Let's see if this works. Let's go to Foofashoop. Wine prefix is one there. It's Premiere, but that's fine. Oh, actually, I think this is just for legacy reasons. I think it's just Photoshop.exe. Okay. I made an XP PowerPoint in like year 4. Hey, me too! Hey! I probably still have that somewhere. It was absolute garbage, of course, but yeah, I do. I do still, I'm sure I still have that. Alright, so we're looking for core messaging. Alright, what's core messaging? Core messaging. And well, it's not packaged in this time. Damn, well, Wham would probably know what this is. It's some WinRT shit. Core messaging. Wine. Why does no one know what this shit is? Like, these are all useless results. You know what? Okay, let's just copy it from Windows. Why not? Like, yeah, why not? Let's just copy it in from Windows and see what happens. I'm annoyed that Windows can't use this. My transfer this. Yeah, I'm trying to use this on Windows, but it's not having it for some reason. Maybe if I map the network drive, it'll do it. Oh god. Trying to get Photoshop on why specifically this version. Yes, correct. We already got Premiere working, so I'm fairly certain Photoshop is going to be easy. But we'll find out. We'll see, won't we? Okay, so go back to this VM. Map a network drive. Okay. This should work. I shouldn't have to log in for this. Like, I shouldn't have to do this. I literally specifically have this set up so I don't have to, so I don't need credentials. I don't know why Windows is insisting. Windows specifically is insisting that I need credentials, but I don't. I don't. Alright, I guess I'll check my Samba configuration. I hate... The Samba settings are so weird. Like, let me just show you what Samba configuration files look like. Samba configuration files. Like, I don't know who the hell made this. Like, this is what it looks like. Guest OK equals yes. Why are there spaces in here? Pass DB space backend? What is that? Valid space use inherit permission? Why would you make something like this? Anyway, the config is very strange. We can't see it. Oh, fucking studio mode. I had it all set up, but it just wasn't. It didn't come through on your end. Sorry. Look, what is all this? Why are Samba files like written like this? It's so weird. Yeah, I'm sorry you couldn't see it. I had it, like I said, I had it all queued up, but then because I was on studio mode, I didn't have it like come through, unfortunately. All right. Anyway, we're gonna look at the Samba configuration file again. Try and figure this the fuck out. Okay, path, I've got, comment, I've got, writable, yes, browsable, yes. I've got public, yes, I don't know if that helps. Guest okay, yes. Read only, no. Create mode, 777. Directory mode, 777. I mean, I just need something that's like fully read-writable to transfer stuff between my virtual machines. But for some reason it doesn't fucking work. Oh, maybe it's this? Hang on, let me, okay, let me try that. Alright, let's try mapping this again. Oh, there we go. So you want to know how I fixed it? Again, fuck these, like... Fuck this Samba configuration file. The setting I changed was... it used to be, say, map to guest equals never, and I changed it to map to guest equals bad user. Whatever the hell that means. Alright, so anyway, let's, now we can transfer shit, I guess. Here we go. Let's pass through a USB flash drive and do it that way. Yeah, I mean, I've done it where I've transferred to my NAS and back. I just wanted to set something up locally because it's obviously going to be the quickest way, but it's just fucking so annoying. Anyway, the good news is we're done with this. Don't need to worry about any of this anymore. Let's go grab core messaging. See if we can find it. Why are you like this, Windows? Okay, So core messaging.dll. I'm just gonna grab it and see what happens. I don't know what's gonna happen yet. We'll see. So we hop back over to Lunix real quick. Where is it? It's here. Okay. Give it a good old refresh, and I'll just copy in the DLL and see what happens. So I should write down what we're doing. For Photoshop, I copied in core messaging.dll. All right. I have no idea if that'll work. I don't know if Wine will be happy with that, but let's find out. Okay. Unable to communicate with Creative Cloud Desktop. Now, what that probably is, it's probably trying to check activation status, so it's time to run some very, very legal software, unbelievably legal software, to just make it stop doing that. Okay, I'll just point it to this, search files. Fair use. Look, I might have a copy of this. The only reason I need to do this is because Creative Cloud doesn't work in Linux. You don't know. You don't know that I don't have a legitimate copy of this. Software's so legal it has a seat on the Supreme Court. Yeah. It's fair use because I'm using it and it feels fair. That's true. That's my new motto. Anyway, watch as Adobe DMCA's this stream. You reckon they will? Painter's Adobe patch has the best chiptune song ever. I feel like I remember using that once upon a time, but I haven't in a while. Alright, let's see if that fixed things. Can we now open Photoshop? No! I wonder why that is. Because unable to communicate with Creative Cloud Desktop. Alright. Is that because I don't have Samba? I saw it had like those NTLM error messages, but I'm guessing that's a red herring. Because, yeah, okay. Unable to communicate with. Well, I wonder why it's trying to do that, or how to stop it from trying to do that. Oh, that's a good idea. Hang on, let me. Ooh, weird. Is it still running? What's going on? Here come the Adobe assassins. There you go. Could they legally do that? I think yes. I think theoretically the DMCA has an anti-circumvention clause. So like you're not if you're circumventing something, I think you can strictly be DMCA'd. Yeah, probably. I think that's true. I broke Gen P. I don't think so. I think Gen P was working. Is dying before? No, it's not dying. It's just Photoshop is just being a meme. Here, let me just try. I saw it. I saw one of these files was unticked, specifically for DVD encryption. Someone didn't. I think someone got hit for mod chips before, but I'm not sure. Let's find out. DMCA anti-circumvention. Unlawful to circumvent technological measures used to prevent unauthorized access to copyrighted works, including copyrighted books, movies, video games, and computer software. This would probably count under computer software. But again, the thing about the DMCA, and think about the entire legal system, is that, you know, it's not about, you know, we could go to court and figure out who would really win, but most of us are just trying to not get sued in the first place. DMCA has implemented the 3D provisions regarding the circumvention of some... Jesus, it's so bright. Actually, I should... if I log in, I have... I might actually log into Wikipedia real quick. I don't usually log into accounts on here, but I'm going to do it because not only do I have a better... I switched to the old theme, the old Wikipedia theme, and I also switched to dark mode, so it's just like, it's just so much nicer. It's a nicer Wikipedia experience. I prefer it that way. So, here we go. Much better. Love it. Never. Okay, as I was saying, fair use and circumvention. Recently, the DMCA have often noted the absence of an explicit exception for circumvention to enable fair use. Interesting. Crazy stuff. Oh yeah, but we were up here. No person shall circumvent a technological measure that effectively controls access to a work protected under this title. As used in this subsection, to circumvent a technological measure means to descramble scrambled work, decrypt an encrypted work, or otherwise to avoid, bypass, remove, deactivate, or impair a technological measure without the authority of the copyright owner, or a technical measure effectively controls access to a work if the measure, in the ordinary course of its operation, requires the application of... It's a lot of legal speak, but I think strictly a crack would probably fall under this. It looks like there's opponents saying like, oh, look at this. Section 103 of the DMCA says that you are allowed to reverse engineer a protected program in order to figure out how to get it to interoperate with other programs. So, does that mean if I reverse engineer Burnout 3 to port it to PC, you know, interoperate with other programs, in this case, Windows, is that protected under the DMCA? Ain't no way. That'd be cool. That'd be fun. I always use Dark Reader. I have Dark Reader installed, but I prefer to use the native Dark themes if they exist. Usually just because they look a little nicer. Dark Reader is great for a lot of stuff, but if a site has a native Dark theme, it's usually a little bit. It's like, because Dark Reader is kind of guessing. It's kind of it's just trying its best to figure out how to make it dark mode, but like ostensibly the dark mode of the real dark mode of a website was actually designed by a person, ostensibly. So that's usually what I do. I logged in just to say I've gotten Adobe ads on this stream. Well, they can't complain then. They can't complain. They've gotten advertising out of me. I guess technically they did pay me for that advertising, but still, you know, they're doing their own thing, right? All right, we're gonna close Gen P. We're gonna try running Photoshop again. Huh. Okay. So how do we circumvent this? Could not complete your request, Photoshop. Maybe someone has actually figured it out on the Gen P Reddit, actually. This should not happen with Monkrus individual installers, since their repacks come with the CCX module cut out, making it infeasible. Okay, but it occurs in two possible situations. Okay, but how do we... Can we do that? Can we cut the CCX module out? This is not the same error. When you tried Monkrus, Gen P on Monkrus, do you have Creative Cloud installed? Maybe if I install Creative Cloud, it'll work? You say ostensibly so much? Because a lot of things are only ostensibly the case. Otherwise, I have to make sure I'm being accurate with my terminology. They're paying you to crack their software? That's actually kind of funny. Try deleting this. Well, I wouldn't have these. I wouldn't have the common files folder because I didn't copy it over. My fix was this. What was it? Oh god, it's a whole thread. What was the solution? Something here doesn't say. Like the Adobe Cleaner thing doesn't delete find all files. Why would a cracked version doesn't require Creative Cloud? Even try to communicate with it. Obviously it can't or it shouldn't. It feels like there's some dumb file somewhere. I went back and thought about what has changed before my Adobe stuff broke. Okay. Now I changed that back to C and everything works a charm. Oh, so it was just something very specific to his setup. Okay. Would tables fix this one? It's worth a shot, I reckon. You know what I've got an idea. Why don't we run Photoshop through a debugger and see if we can patch out this Creative Cloud check? Gonna be that dumb. Let's see what I can do. I don't know if I'm gonna have much luck with this, and if I don't, I might just end the stream because we started late anyway. But let's see. Let's actually see if we can do this, just because I think it'd be kind of funny if we can. All right. So where's Photoshop? Here we go. Gonna run it. We're going to hit this message box, and I'm gonna pause. And okay. And where is it? Oh, here. I'm gonna run until, ooh, nope, can't use these shortcuts on here. I'm going to run until return. Apparently that's, oh, damn it. That's unfortunate. But I guess I'll check the call stack at some point. All right, let's check the call stack. What's going on here? Apparently we've raised an exception. Apparently we're raising a lot of exceptions, actually. Interesting. Alright, I'm already... Oh, interesting. We've ended up in no man's land. That's unfortunate. Okay, so which module are we in right now? We're in some kind of HTTP transfer client, I suppose. I think that's where we currently are. Looks like it, yeah. So, and we're throwing an exception. So, I guess we can try and breakpoint here. A breakpoint around here and see what we can do. See if that gives us any more information. This one was going to be certainly easy. You never know, right? I feel like it's just this, or maybe if I install Creative Cloud on it, maybe that's worth doing, because I think you can install Creative Cloud, but you can't, like, run it. Let's try that as well. Let's try a bunch of this stuff. ADOBE? ADOBE? Alright, we're going to install the Windows version. Adobe is going to complain that I'm not using Windows, but I am going to set my user agent so they think I am using Windows. Alright. User agent is Chrome Windows. That'll be fine. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Alright, now what's next? Creative Cloud sign up. We'll just run it in the prefix. Wine, Premiere, Wine, download Creative Cloud, and let's see what happens. I don't believe you just said installing Creative Cloud might be worth doing. I'm only saying it because it specifically says we're trying to communicate with Creative Cloud, and I'm just saying, like, you know, maybe if we just had, maybe if it was just there on the system, maybe it would work. But then again, it does seem like it's not going to launch. If I install, it's looking like it's using some IE stuff. I know that you can install IE6 with Wine Tricks, but I don't know if it's worth doing. This might be a path not worth going down. Actually, I shouldn't install IE6. I should be using like IE11, right? Is that on here? No. IE10. Which IEs are on Wine Tricks? I know some of them are. The install doesn't run. I mean, yeah, I know it doesn't run. I'm aware of that. That's why I've been copying programs over. I'm just seeing if there's like a quick way to get it to run. Installing Creative Cloud is worth doing. Sponsored by Adobe. True. Looks like I can install IE8, but I'll have to close this stuff first, and we'll see what happens. This probably isn't worth pursuing, to be honest. Yeah, it's probably not worth even trying. It's probably more worth just looking into the. Actually, you know what we could do? I don't care. No. We could try and copy some files from Windows, maybe. That would be interesting. Just because yeah, I just don't I just don't know what it's looking for yet. I guess we're still waiting for something to happen. In the meantime, I guess let's take a look at Windows again. Maybe we can copy some files over that will satisfy it. Maybe if what if I copy like, what's in here? Is this anything interesting? No. Because Adobe is, and this is true, cancer. They really do just put shit everywhere on your system. So yeah, maybe if I just have some of these files in place, it'll help. Here, I'll make a zip of this. I'm just trying to figure out like the quickest way to do this, and if it's possible at all. Common files, Adobe. So we'll grab these, and we'll also grab some files in here. We'll grab like, yeah, sure. What's a Creative Cloud experience? Ew. Well, fine. I'll copy these in as well. You never know. Just copy all the DLLs. I mean, yeah, we kind of are. Add to archive. God, this is going to take a while as well. This is going to be slow. Program files, Adobe. Alright. Yeah, we'll just copy the shit in and see what happens. Alright, meanwhile, while that's all zipping, let's see if we can get any further with the debugging. With the debugger. Yeah. Anyway, let's try debugging again. Creative Cloud experience. Boy, what an experience it is! What an amazing experience. Oh, obviously, yeah, I should find the string. Could not complete your request, because, oh, obviously, I should be loading this into Ghidra and looking for this string. Have you looked at YNHQ's wiki about Photoshop? In the past, yes. I guess I can double check for like if they've got any new information. But this I don't think is a wine issue. This is more of like the way that it's installed. Yeah, I already have DXVK. What is this? This is a silver. Okay. Trying to install Winetricks QMF. Photoshop will crash with a rich tool tip trying to be shown. GPU acceleration didn't work. Yes, that's correct. That's my experience as well. Looks like we're first install software into a real Windows, then copy these folders to prefix folder. Okay, so basically what we're doing. Looks like there's some more directories we need. Okay, well, we'll try copying these files in and see what happens, and then we'll keep following it down. MF, you need to install a motherfucker. Yo, out here installing motherfuckers? Yeah, true. Alright, well, let's do some dumb shit. Let's open it up in Ghidra and find that string. I would really like that. I still am thinking it'd be fun to fork that Adobe packager script so it can get the Windows version. I don't know how viable that is, but I'll try. I might try it one day. Anyway, let's oops, get the fuck out of here. Let's try opening Photoshop in Ghidra. Photoshop is huge, by the way. It's 160 fucking megabytes. What on earth? Is it necessary? Is that really necessary? Apparently I can't drag and drop. But yeah, all I want to do is see if I can find where that string is, and therefore if I can find the code that tries it. But probably what we want is what we're doing over here, these extra files. The Wine HQ said So we want the files in Adobe, we want the files in Common Files Adobe. Oh, apparently it's saying I'm gonna assume this. Well, we'll see about these. I don't know if these are going to be necessary. The files in the 32-bit version. We'll see about that. I'm gonna not worry about these for now. I'm guessing the guy just did kind of a shotgun approach and just copied everything without and I'm gonna see if I can figure out what is definitely necessary and what isn't. I'll get the stuff in app data for now, because why not? I didn't need any of this stuff when I was doing Premiere, but hell, why not? So I throw it onto the desktop as app data local Adobe. App data roaming Adobe. All right, we got to get all these as well. Ah, shit. We can't get some files because they're in use. I mean, means I have to close it and do this all over again. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if these are even necessary. I don't even know if the app data stuff is necessary. Oh, quite a bit of this is already in use. Well, all right. Well, we'll keep that in mind for later. How's this going? This was the common files. Okay, so seems like we can at least copy these program files over. Let's see if that does anything. Just try one bit at a time, why don't we? All right. I'll stop the debugging for now. Okay, so program files. Yeah, let's get this creative cloud shit over here. No subfolder, all files. Go there. Oh, for God's sake. I hate how this software works. Here, all files here. Not in the fucking other folder. Not in this folder. Stupid fuck. Alright, anyway. Why not just shut down Windows and mount the drive from Linux? Because that's going to take so much longer. That's going to be slower. Whoa, what's going on here? We're doing some Adobe shit. Oh, you mean instead of zipping them? Maybe that would be faster. Oh yeah, okay, let's try Photoshop again. Compressing and decompressing has got to be slower. Yeah, I misunderstood. It might be faster to do it that way. I think the bigger issue is that we still need like Windows to do things. In that case, see voices Sonic on stream, yeah. Mount the C share. I feel like getting all those files over Samba is probably going to be slow though. Like SMB, like many files on SMB is definitely going to be slow. I don't know if it's going to be slower than compressing, but SMB but mounting could be faster. I could see that being possible. Not Samba. Well, yeah. When I say Samba, I mean like SMB. That would be the I mean Microsoft SMB, not community Samba, because but that would be mounting the C dollar share. But I feel like that would have to be pretty slow. SMB is fairly slow per file because there's a lot of overhead. Oh, interesting. We actually got an error message. I wonder if that would have happened even without that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, is that something we did, or is that because it can't create the Vulkan instance? Like, that's interesting. Yeah, SMB is the protocol. Yeah, I know. Let's do real quick, just in case it actually does need it. VC Run 2022. Oh, other chatter. Yeah, I gotcha. Compressing to zip instead of 7-zip would be faster. Maybe. But I think there's also just a lot of files in here. Like, I think the reason I'm compressing them at all, yeah, is because there's going to be so much overhead with the amount of files transferring. And there's also, I think that also adds to the compression overhead, is just the sheer amount of files. There's just thousands and thousands of files for no reason. Now, mounting might be faster still, but that would mean that I couldn't. It would just be kind of. It would be annoying to have to shut down and boot and reboot Windows all the time, but I guess we might not need to be booting Windows at this point in time, so it's possible. We might not even need. I think I've been keeping Windows open under the pretense that we might still need it running, but maybe we don't. Maybe that's not true. We're trying to get Premiere to do. Premiere. All right, we're getting Adobe stuff to run on Linux, basically. We've already done it with Premiere. We're working on Photoshop now. VC run or conflicts with. Okay, well, we'll force it and see what happens. I mean, worst case, I just remake the wine prefix. It's probably not a big deal. Yup. All right. So. Okay. Yep. Got it. Restart. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I'm wondering if those files. Well, we'll see. Gonna run Photoshop again. Says the same thing, but it's still doing stuff. I wonder if this Vulkan thing is not helping. That could be an issue. Yeah, I should double check that. Maybe I'll turn off DXVK and see if that helps. All right, so we've got all our other stuff now. Yeah, that's fine. All right. At some point, it seems to throw a crash sometime around here, but I'm not sure exactly what it's related to. We'll see. How is Photoshop running with a license if Creative Cloud processes can't run for license verification on Wine? We don't talk about it. Fun fact I learned recently, Adobe InDesign is only GPU accelerated on macOS. There's no benefit in having a GPU for Windows machines when using InDesign. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know if I've ever used InDesign before. Okay, so which ones of these are the DXVK? I might just make a new prefix, honestly. Just to make sure. All right. Wine prefix. PS test. Just to make sure it's not a DXVK thing. Okay. Oh, it actually closes. Oh, it is trying. It is actually trying to make a. Oh, with VKD3D. Oh, okay. So it's gonna be trying to make Vulkan instances no matter what. I don't know. I mean, we can always try to switch over to a real GPU at some point, so we get a real Vulkan. So we actually get Vulkan just in case, but we'll see. Anyway, let's move some new files over because we've got everything now. All right. Are you switching to Linux for your entire workflow? I already have, actually. It's just that when I run Photoshop in Wine, I run Photoshop CS6, which is 11 years old. And when I run Premiere in Wine, I was using the previous version, which worked, and then the new version stopped working until now. I just fixed it. I just figured out how to make it work properly. All right, let's get some common files in. Why not? So these are going to go in program, yeah, in here basically. Just chuck them in. Did I accidentally move them into system? My bad. CS6, yeah, that's a lot of people still use CS6 because that was the last version before Creative Cloud, before they switched to the subscription model. God bless your soul. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it hasn't changed. Photoshop hasn't changed that much in that time. It's still pretty usable. GIMP has to be as good as, feature-wise maybe, but UI-wise, I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like the reason people use Photoshop is because more than anything else is because they're like they're super familiar with its UI. It sure seems like doing this in a VM is bringing you trouble. Why don't you do it on your host machine? No docs promise. It's just the Vulkan stuff. Like, yeah, it's the Vulkan stuff is unfortunate for sure, but we can fix that just by putting a GPU in. I just prefer not to, if I don't have to. Let's also put the, I guess we'll also put the app data stuff in. What's next? So the local app data, let's put that in. Sure, overwrite, doesn't really matter. And then the unlocal data, throw that in as well. Set wine to something like Windows 8 so it thinks D3D12 doesn't exist. I think this stuff requires Windows 10. I don't know if it has a fallback for Windows 8 anymore. I don't know if it even has a fallback. But I mean that's not necessarily a bad idea. Yeah, so current sitrep is we're getting this, which may be a good idea to just run it through a debugger and see what happens, or run it with a GPU and see if it's just Vulkan. Or override D3D12 to native and just don't replace it. Well, even if it runs native, it'll have to run through like. What do you mean, like trying to disable it entirely? The problem is that when you have DXVK installed, so Photoshop detects the DirectX there, but when DXVK doesn't work, it crashes. But even if DXVK isn't there, it runs through, it's using such a new version of D3D that it runs through VK-D3D instead, which is like Wine's version of running D3D through Vulkan. So I don't think, I guess it's using D3D12 specifically. And I'm not sure there's a way out of that. Assuming it has a D3D11 fallback, disable it entirely. I don't know if I would assume it has a D3D11 fallback. That's the thing. I'm not sure about that. VK D3D only runs through D3D12. Yeah, so when I'm running without DXVK, it tries to run through VK D3D, so it must be trying to use D3D12 specifically. You want to run it through software rendering, it shouldn't be seeing any native graphics APIs. I don't know if that would work though, because even if there was no hardware acceleration on Windows, they might have like a software implementation that Wine doesn't have. DXVK doesn't have a D3D12 implementation, I don't think. I thought it did. Alright, well, let's try running it with the GPU just in case, because we are seeing like Vulkan errors, so let's bite the bullet and go GPU mode. I'll have to restart this VM, but that's okay. That would be VKD3D. What would be VKD3D? DXVK is DX8 to 11. Okay. But when DXVK is installed, it does try to use DXVK, so maybe it tries to use both. I don't know. I mean, it still doesn't really answer any questions as to like... I mean, the solution is still, let's just boot up with a real GPU and see what happens. Because either way, they're trying to use Vulkan. DXVK doesn't do 8, no, that would imply a D3D11 fallback. But how do I like get it? Because it's trying to like, unless it's trying to, maybe it's trying to use both though. Maybe it does some stuff with D3D11 and some stuff with 12. Maybe it's not a fallback. Maybe they coexist. Anyway, okay, I was waiting for it to shut down. I just realized I don't care if it shuts down correctly or not, because it's doing that Arch thing where it's like waiting for user manager, and like it just sits there for 2 minutes, and it's going to terminate itself anyway, but it's just taking a long time, so just fucking whatever, just make it do it. Alright, here we are running with a real GPU now. Why doesn't Adobe just make builds for Linux? Because Adobe has such a walled garden that people will not use Linux to use Adobe software. So they don't need to, essentially, is the answer. Alright, well, hopefully this works. I hate when that happens. I have no clue how to fix it. Yep, it's just one of those things, I think. Okay, so we're running with a real GPU now, and we're gonna see if it works. If it magically works now. Oh, just check. We should have Vulkan now. Yes, we do. I probably should just, like... It probably is worth just running everything VK cubed. There we go. It probably is worth, like, just running this through a GPU all the time. I mean, I have the GPU. I'm not going to be using it for anything else, so it's kind of a... And it does help in situations like this. Even though it's slightly less convenient. Oops. Apparently there's something else with EX in it. Okay, not worried about that, because we're actually creating the XVK stuff this time. And in the meantime, on Windows, I'll grab more of the files, just in case we need them. We'll see. See if it does anything this time. It's certainly not encouraging, but we'll see. Adobe as a bud is the real answer, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would... hell yeah, I might even pay for Adobe if it was, yo, what do we got here? Something's happening. I might even pay for Adobe if there was a legitimate Linux version, but I guess they figure I'm in the minority. Most people will be like, instead, what you usually hear a lot of people say is like, I'm a Mac user or I'm a Windows user. I'd really love to use Linux, but I need to use my Adobe stuff. Like, the Adobe stuff is the integration is so powerful that people will choose their OS based on the Adobe stuff, not the other way around. Are you gonna make a small tutorial? Yes. Well, it didn't crash this time. So it's something, but it's still not working. I have gotten, this is also nice. The pass-through isn't broken. I've also got some more files we can load in. Oh, it's still doing shit apparently. I've got some more Adobe files we can load in. That was x86, Adobe, yep. Throw those in there. Do we also need the common files from here? We might. In which case I'll grab those as well. While this is fucking around. Sure, I'll grab these two. And then at a certain point I'll probably give up because like it's not, I don't know if it's super important. I mean, it'd be nice to get Photoshop working. The thing is, I genuinely feel like I might have to patch something out. This is common files, x86, Adobe. Yeah, we'll see. I might have to patch something out, and then this becomes a much bigger, like, project then. SDDM is missing the Breeze theme, is it? I don't know if I've set it up correctly. I've never really worried too much about the SDDM theme. It's like as long as it works, it gets in. But we might try something. Yes, I'm gonna publish it somewhere. Mr. Clive, that's me. I guess there are themes. Oh wow, they've got the Chicago 95 theme for it. That'd be kind of funny. What does that actually look like? Do they actually make it look like the Windows 95 login screen, or is it just like vaguely Windows 95 flavored? That's light DM. That's not the same thing. I guess your nose got better. It does seem to have. I'm not as sniffly. But now that you've mentioned it, maybe it'll come back. Maybe I'll be like, ah, shit. Oh, and these are all in the AUR as well. There aren't any. Doesn't seem like there are any SDDM themes in the official repos. All right. Well. Oh yeah, so let's get the last of these in. It doesn't seem like these are actually helping all that much, but whatever, let's try it. Get the x86 common files in and see what happens. Yep. Alright, I think we can terminate that. What did it say? It was we had some instructions a little while ago. YNHQ Photoshop. Alright, how did this guy do it? Okay. First install into real Windows, then copy these folders to your prefix folder. I did this. I did these, this. I haven't got program data yet. Let's grab that. Just in case that happens to be the magic bullet. But I've done all of these other ones. Program data. Like I said, Adobe is actually cancer. They just put files fucking all over your system and make it impossible to ever like figure out where to put all its tentacles into your Windows install. I did install VC Run. I should have these, but I guess just in case I'll redo them. I might not have all fonts. All right. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's see what happens. I'm certain I've got some of those though. Don't have to worry about these. I've already done these. Adobe is the glitter of software. That's a pretty good analogy, I won't lie. That's pretty good. You take a look at NSCDE. You need to disable the graphics APIs because it doesn't work on mine as far as I know. We'll see. Oh wow. So this is a reproduction of the old CDE environment. That's kind of fun. We do have KDE 1 installed on here, which is kind of insane. And KDE 1, I mean, it works. It doesn't work wonderfully, but it works. Maybe we'll try running Premiere in KDE 1 after towards the end of this. Used to be a program years ago that would note the state of your PC before and after install and show exactly what file changed. I don't remember the name though. Yeah, I'm guessing, I mean, I don't know if that would necessarily help here. I'm guessing if this doesn't work, we're probably just missing something else entirely. KDE 1, hell yeah. Alright, so we're getting program data. How's that going? Oh, we're getting there. There actually is a surprising amount of stuff in program data, it looks like. You've got lens profiles for camera raw. What is even the point? Does someone actually know what the difference between, or why program data exists? Like, what's the advantage of storing something in program data as opposed to program files? Some Norton utility? God. I'm actually going to look it up. Why program data when program files exists? It's a compatibility pathway for things that did things a certain way? Maybe. No, I think this is new. I think there was virtual store is for old stuff. Program files is for executors and other static files that came as part of an installation. Program data is for user agnostic data generated during execution, such as shared cache. Oh, okay. So the idea is you can store stuff in app data, but then as soon as someone logs into someone else, then the data's all changed. So you put stuff in program data for stuff that's like system-wide. Okay. Adobe's kind of using it wrong. Program data is supposed to be global user settings. Gotcha. Adobe doing something wrong? Never. Alright, let's see if this helps. This actually could make a difference, I feel like. I feel like there's so much stuff in program data. Oh, it looked like there was a lot of stuff in there. Let's see. Let's try it. Adobe. Yeah, they shouldn't be putting like camera raw profiles in there in theory. They should be that should be in program files, but I guess the idea is that maybe you can add more profiles later on, but still, should that really be here? Anyway. Okie dokie. See if that made any difference whatsoever. Oh, it's still installing fucking fonts. Bullshit. Well, whatever. Let's see. Performance incompatible. Doesn't change anything. Logs show some DXVK activity. Still, software is rendering is used. Oh, so this implies that even with DXVK, it still falls back to software rendering, even so, without having to like do anything. It looks like Photoshop no longer complains about the GPU, but once you open or create a document, it'll give you an error freeze or a crash dialog occurs. Seems VKD3D not yet implemented the required feature. We have to wait for it in the future. Until then, you can use software rendering. Okay. You can capture the registry installation and import that too, but it's not necessary for basic functionality. If you want to do that, you can use registry changes view. Yeah, I don't care. SDLL, yeah, I don't care. Alright, well. See if that did anything at all. Oh, wow, okay. I don't know, that was program data, right? That's all we did. For fuck's sake. Cool, yeah, alright. No GPU, we knew that already. We don't get any graphics acceleration in Premiere either, which makes it a little slower. Oh, this is interesting. Still trying to use some Vulkan stuff though. Oops. That might be a DXVK thing. I wonder. GG easy. Yeah, kind of. Something's happening. What are we actually doing? I don't understand at all. Don't worry. Don't worry. Well, we got somewhere. Okay, so we got some Vulkan issues. So, that might be, we might want to disable wine or DXVK for this. Let's see. DXVK I think is all this stuff, so I'm gonna have to like, can I set, I can't select multiple, what a fucking joke. Oof. Yeah, I might just make a new prefix then, alright. I'll use PS test again actually. DXE. Oh wait, but it needs like program data in the right place, doesn't it? Is it really just program data? Let me double check that. So if I copy program data into PS test, you always find the WindDL. I'll use the WindDL overrides environment variable. It might be a good idea, yeah. No, it's not just the program data. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through this and like figure out exactly what it does and doesn't need. I guess this might be a good time to do that, a good opportunity to figure out exactly what Photoshop does and doesn't need. So if I'll go grab Photoshop, put it in the right place. Okay, so copied folder, following folders. C, program, data, Adobe. What happens if I just copy the common files? I can imagine it might prioritize those. Okay. Alright, still no. Alright, we'll try the Creative Cloud files from here. It's Alright, still not happy. Do we need the app data stuff? Maybe. Right into overwrite. Now what? With local? Okay, local isn't enough. Get the stuff from roaming as well. Yup. Yup. Still no. You really do need everything, I guess. All of that stuff. Crazy. Even the 32-bit Creative Cloud stuff. That's kind of wild. Oh, no, we're still having trouble now. Damn, what did I do? So maybe it's not this stuff actually, or no, not all these files. Maybe it's because I installed all fonts. Like, now I'm just guessing at this point. Oh, whoops. Oh, let's make sure we get the common files from the 32-bit side as well. Yep. Now what? Oh, okay. It needs the 32-bit common files as well. All right, all of that. That's what it needs. Again, I'll go through these and figure out like what it definitely needs, just because I'd like to. Okay, that seems all right. New file. All right, so with no DXVK, we're actually pretty fucking golden, I think. Yeah, looks good to me. Cool. Nice. All right, well, I think that's about what I like came here to do. Oh, Photoshop and Premiere working. Latest Photoshop, latest Premiere. Not bad. And I might make some tutorials. I think I'm gonna have to make tutorials for each because they both have. Looking back and looking at what I just had to do now, they both have very different instructions. Because Premiere needs a bunch of different stuff than Photoshop did. So. Yes, I'm probably going to write those up differently. You should show how to do it with overrides as well. Do what with overrides? We didn't need to use any overrides for Photoshop. I rewind lover rides. Hell yeah. Disable DXVK. But if you're making a new prefix, it won't have DXVK in it anyway. Oh. What could this be? Hold on. What's this? That's interesting. I wonder why this happened. Oh yeah, let's get a crash report. Why not? This is tiny. Hang on, I need to open it up in a real text editor. What are we looking at? Yeah, DXVK isn't installed on new wine. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Then it could be possible to have one wine prefix for all the Adobe stuff. Is there really a point though? Like the setup was so different. I feel like someone else can figure that out. I don't think I don't consider that worth figuring out. Trying to use Wine D3D now? Maybe. Exception unknown. Damn, I mean, I could run it through a debugger, obviously. I could run it through and see if it crashed on anything specific. I guess I could do that. Real quick, let's try doing that. I'm really curious what files it actually needs. I'm becoming like, yeah, I'm getting all into it now, into the intricacies of this. So I'm guessing we don't actually need this here. Yeah. So yeah, we need certain things, but I want to make sure. I want to know if it's actually all of those things or not. If you click don't send, will it keep going? I don't think so. I think I tried that. Alright, so PS test 2. Alright. PS test 2. We're making a new prefix. Okay. DXVK isn't even technically required for Premiere. It's just for the stupid web UI stuff that they've got. That's the thing. So I don't know if I wonder if there's a way to like make it so Premiere doesn't require DXVK. It doesn't matter. Again, someone else can figure that out. Alright, so we're gonna get the common files in. That was the thing that really helped last time. That was the last thing that fixed it last time. Send them a crash report. They would hate me if I did that. Wow, it's actually only these common files, is it? Oh wait, did I get that? Or maybe I got that wrong, actually. Is it actually only the common files that it needs? Am I in the right prefix when I did that? I am. What the fuck? No way. So it's only that. It doesn't need any of this other shit. It's literally, it was like one of the last things I tried. Hang on, I'm gonna delete both of these prefixes. We're gonna go straight from absolutely from scratch. Brand new wine prefix. I'm just gonna copy the x86 common files in, and apparently that's all that we fucking need. Alright. Common files, Adobe. Common files, Adobe. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Alright. But I guess you might want to get the other stuff in too, because if you might want the camera raw like lens profiles, right? But I should add that to my thing. So the only part we really need is this. Optionally include, honestly, probably just that. I mean, do any of these, the Creative Cloud stuff probably doesn't have anything important in it. Raw camera, raw lens profiles? What is Premiere missing for GPU acceleration? No, I never figured that out. I mean, I don't, in theory, I feel like it could be made to work because Premiere is OpenCL compatible, Linux is OpenCL compatible, and my AMD GPU is OpenCL compatible. I don't know exactly how to pass through the OpenCL through Wine. I think that's the thing we're missing, and I don't know the answer to that yet. We'd love to try and figure that out one day, though. Please send a crash report. I'll see if they come up again. Take all the DLL overrides the DXVK adds and set them to equal to B in the environment variable. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's probably possible. There it is. There's that crash again. Oh yeah, people are hounding me to send one. I guess I might send one later on. Isn't OpenCL a massive pain to get working though, even on native stuff? I think with Premiere, it's fairly straightforward from memory, but I think it can be. I think it depends on the implementation, probably. Alright, so apparently that's all we need. Yeah, I can't imagine that we desperately need the Creative Cloud and Creative Cloud Experience or Adobe Sync or what's in common? It's just a fucking dummy file. So I'm gonna imagine we don't actually need any of this stuff. And clearly it doesn't use the 64-bit common files for some reason. There is like stuff in here though, so optionally, if you really care. Alright, yeah, I don't know. Okay, oh yeah, so why might it be crashing? Let's find out. Wine has had OpenCL support for a while. Maybe it is better now that you've passed the GPU through. We can test it without, but as far as I can tell, it's not using the OpenCL. Like when I actually run Photoshop, it's like pissy about it. It says But I run this stuff on my host as well, and I know it doesn't work with OpenCL. Yeah, OpenCL unavailable, DirectX unavailable, insufficient VRAM. I mean that's technically true. DirectX unavailable is technically true. But yeah, it doesn't seem to think OpenCL is available. Now maybe Archer's version of Wine isn't compiled with OpenCL support. That's possible. I wouldn't know though. But I don't think I'm getting any GPU acceleration from doing this. Remember the last time? Oh yeah, you mean on the iMac? I loved that. That was a good time. Oh, I'm running in the... Oh no, this is fine. This is fine. Alright, we are going to open up Foofashoop. Wine. Oh yeah. It is in the Premiere folder. Because I didn't even bother moving it. As long as it's got those common files in the right place, it's happy, apparently. Alrighty. See if we can track down... I don't know if I'm going to have much luck with this. I'll see if I can track down the... whatever might be crashing here, but if not, doesn't really matter. Here's some wine patch to make OpenCL support better, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, it may come down to having to recompile wine, which honestly... For me, because I do so much like video stuff, it might honestly be worth it, but we'll see. Alright, so... It doesn't seem to be... The crash doesn't seem to be like triggered by anything, it just seems to be like if it's sitting around long enough. It may in fact be what someone said, that like it just randomly tries to phone home at some point. Oh yeah, that was Tingles said, random phone home function. And then that's why it crashes. It's quite possible, yeah. Have you installed an OpenCL runtime? I think so. I should double check that really. How do I test for OpenCL on my host? Test for OpenCL Arch. I installed, so I have OpenCL Clover Mesa installed, and I have RockM OpenCL Runtime installed. That's, what I'm looking at is, hang on. I have these Clover Mesa and this installed. I don't know which one's correct. Or maybe I need to have that installed as well. No, it says or. So I have one of these installed. Yeah, I just don't know. I've made fun of Matt several times for his computer crashing. Mine just did. Is this what karma feels like? Yes! Actually, I mean, my computer's been doing pretty well. Probably only have the Rock M1. My guess is, I don't know, hang on. CL info. But if I've got like... Yeah, CL info reckons I've got OpenCL, so I feel like it's probably not a host issue. I feel like it's more likely a Wine issue, but I don't know what Wine is compiled with on Arch, yeah. I mean, we can test it here on the VM even. So if I did install RockM OpenCL runtime, yeah. Don't jinx it. Yeah, maybe not. I think it was like a PCIe thing, because basically all I did was swap my cards back around, and I'm using the LTS kernel. I don't know if the LTS kernel helps or not, but I didn't really do anything wild. And oh, look at this. We've got an exception. Is this the exception? Hang on, I'll come back to that in a second. Looking at OpenCL stuff first. Is Wine Arch compiled with OpenCL support? Meanwhile, CL info. I might have to restart. Doesn't seem to think that I have any OpenCL stuff. So, but if I installed, hey, alright, this time I'll install the Rustical one. Oops. Okay, now I have OpenCL support. Like, right? Seems like it. Oh no, I have like weird. It says number of devices 0. Oh, maybe that's just for that. I've got something. Okay, so this is done. This has hit some kind of exception. It looks like. It hits unknown exception, I suppose, when it's trying to do. That's through Rustical. Well, what does that mean? Didn't I install the Rustical thing? Anyway. Looks like Archer's Wine does. Okay, we'll try that. We'll retry it in a second. It does seem like it's doing something web related. Because it's just because I can see it in the stack. It's IACPL HTTP transfer retry policy. It threw some kind of exception. What is this? This might be a red herring. Let me ignore this exception. All right. Whatever that means. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, I guess a last exception probably means that it actually has, like, fucked up. Is an OpenCL implementation. Your OpenCL support is probably through another implementation / package. So should I not install that? Because people in chat said I should install that last time. On my host system, it's Clover. What would happen if I tried it with the version of Wine Valve's Proton comes with? That's a good idea. I've never tried it. So if I replace it with Rustical with Clover, probably doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured. It definitely prints more information. I figure if it's like, if I'm getting OpenCL info here, then it's probably working, and then. So then the issue is going to be like something about how Wine is either how Wine is translating it to the app, or maybe just how the app is picking it up or not picking it up. What I might try is like running a small OpenCL test app through Wine and see if that can do it. That would be interesting for sure. Okay, so. It's definitely crashed on something. Got ICU-DT here. We've seen these ICUs before, haven't we? That's in there, I assume. That's in the directory. ICU-DT73. I cook! This is I couldn't, but hard to know why it's Oh, actually, maybe this is a red herring because maybe this is just yeah, that might actually be a red herring. Yeah, it's hard to know why it's Here's an idea. What if I just Net API. What if I just like how does this? I'm trying to figure out how it actually gets there. It's doing a lot of like Net API stuff. I wonder if that's a common Wine thing. Net API 32. Is this a Windows DLL? I'm guessing it is. You don't want anything with Mesa because then it's just emulated on CPU anyway, as far as I know, defeating the whole purpose of OpenCL for the most part. I don't know. I wonder if I... With wine lid makes heavy use of the wine API 32. If I like... Hang on. Wine tricks. It doesn't Mesa handle the like OpenGL stuff now too, and that's not software only. This is a long shot. I'm gonna try and grab NetAPI from Windows, like I did with MSXML, and see if that does anything. When I say it's a long shot, it's not necessarily a long shot, because it has worked in the past. It's more just like I don't know if this will actually do anything. It's more just like I don't know. It's like there's no way of knowing. Okay, so I'm gonna throw that in here. Actually, I'll make it system wide because why not? Why the hell not? Yep. And then we have to yes test fine CG. Then we have to override it. Net API 32. Okay. And let's see if that fixes this crash somehow. Oh, did it not work at all? Interesting. The plot sort of thickens. So is that because of the NetAPI thing I just did? No, it just broke at some point. Why did it break? Oh no, it didn't break. It's just not running because I'm already technically running an instance of Photoshop. My bad. Let's get this back in so we can test it properly. All right. Oh, importing DLLs failed. Library NetAPI not found. Okay. I don't know. This is silly. Yeah, I think that's just falling back to the original. Unless it's not. Maybe it isn't. We'll see. Yeah, Premiere working. Did you do Adobe Media Encoder? No, I did not. I imagine it's probably similar, but I don't know. Is there a notably better one between VMware and VirtualBox? In my experience, VMware usually works better, but VirtualBox is open source, so that matters to some people. But yeah, in my experience, VMware usually runs better. I'm not using either here though, because I'm doing like GPU pass-through shit, and KVM is nice. I like KVM. It's not quite as doesn't have as much syntactic sugar as VMware does, but you know, it works. Anyway, so this might be, I might finish up even if this crashes, which it probably will. I'm gonna guess I didn't fix anything, but maybe I did. Added NetAPI 32.dll to stop it from crashing. Maybe. I'm gonna guess it's, well, we'll see. We'll give it a bit of a, let's give it a, oh, nope, there it is. Well, yeah, anyway, I think I'm gonna call it, I might come back to this later, try and figure out exactly why this is happening, but for now I won't worry about it, and I'll just, yeah, and I'll write up a Premiere tutorial and shit. I'll write one up and I'll make a video. I'll make a Bytes video about it. And I might even do something like that for Photoshop, but I really ought to figure out why this isn't working first. That's interesting. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I really ought to figure out why it's not working first. Now, I'll see what I can do. Edit the YNHQ wiki? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, let me raid you guys off. I'll see what happens. I'll see if I can get Photoshop working another time. I think I'll finish up for the night. Anyone streaming? Any of my friends streaming? Maybe. You might be trying to phone home for telemetry. Yeah, that was my guess. Is there a way to disable telemetry? Oh yeah! I could try running, Gosh. Actually, real quick, before I go, it probably is doing some kind of telemetry. I wonder if... I don't know if this will work on Wine. This is kind of a long shot. There's something called CC Stopper, which, like, stops a bunch of Adobe stuff. It does some patches, it adds things to the hosts file. I have no idea if this is actually going to work, but I could try this real quick. This live will be on the VOD channel. Yeah, I'm a little behind on the VODs, but I'll get them all up soon. This is probably a long shot. I don't know how well this will work on Wine, but I'm gonna give it a try, just real quick. When is the last time we played GeoGuessr or Tetris before ending a stream? I feel like we were doing GeoGuessr pretty frequently up until I took a break from... I was streaming a lot January to March, and then I kind of took a break and came back in July. I feel like we've stopped ever since I came back in July. Alright, Wine, prefix, Wine, premiere. Actually, it's a PS test right now. Wine. Can I just run that files, or do I have to run them through CMD? Yeah, I have to run them through CMD. Oh, actually, it's because it's mad because I fucked around with Net API. I can fix that. Yeah, like I said, this is a long shot. Probably not gonna work. Maybe I deleted this from the wrong place. I'll have to come back to this at some point. Never mind, no goodbye. Yeah, no, just real quick. I'll just figure this out. I'll just try this and see what happens. What the fuck? Alright, fine. Let's do it. I'll do it the hard way. Actually, maybe if I'd done it without the /c? No. Alright, fuck it. I'll just do it the hard way. Actually, it's not that hard. Oh, weird. Oh, no. I was misunderstanding this. The script itself is asking for PowerShell. I thought, shit. Ugh, it's PowerShell. Ew, yeah. Did I do something wrong here? I think I did something wrong here. PowerShell is multi-platform, that's a new thing. Possibly. Might be possible to get it to run in Windows, on Linux. I don't know if that would work in Wine though. It's a weird like juggling act. I mean, maybe. I feel like I may as well just do the shit manually. Gotcha. Yeah, that definitely doesn't work. It doesn't like Windows 11's Net API for sure. I could see. Hang on. Does Wine hosts file work? I guess I could just add it to my own hosts. Mine does not provide, okay. So I'd have to add it to my own hosts. All right, Adobe. I don't know if this is gonna do anything at all. Probably not, actually. Probably not at all. Microsoft supports it. Yeah, I don't know if it would... the only issue is I don't know if that would... Like, running PowerShell on Linux might not be good enough, because it might... The scripts are probably going to expect that they're running on Windows, and they're probably going to get really confused if they're by running on Linux. Why can't I select all on this? Like... Alright, so I'm going to actually add these to my real hosts file. I don't think it's almost certainly not going to do anything because it's probably crashing before it even gets to this part. But you never know. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of the override. Probably gonna be a bit of effort, yeah. I don't even know, like I said, I don't even know if it would help here. It does seem, as we've kind of determined, it does seem like timing-wise, it's almost certainly like, it's almost certainly something like, it's phoning home. It's trying to, it does seem to be doing something network-related. And that, yeah, it's just that's what's failing. Of all things, that's what's failing. So, yeah, I think it's probably not a difficult fix. It's just about trying to find it, and I don't know if I have the patience right now. But, yeah, maybe I'll come back to it at some point. So all I did was I just added a bunch of Adobe activation websites to the hosts file to block them. I have no idea if that's going to do anything at all. Probably not going to do anything at all, would be my guess. But we'll try it. We'll see. May as well do something other than just scribble on it this time. How silly. I wonder what you're making. Gosh, can anyone guess? What could this be? Well, I mean, honestly, it's working pretty fucking well, I have to say. Like, unironically. Except apart from the fact that it crashes every now and then. Although maybe I fixed the crashes, who knows yet. I'll do multiply. Oops. I mean, maybe that was enough. Maybe. Well, I guess we're gonna find out. So far, it hasn't crashed. That's kind of impressive. Brushed metal hills. Hell yeah. What was so wrong with brushed metal, right? Yeah. Can't really tell. Oh, there's the crash. Well, nothing has been fixed, indeed. Would have been nice if it had, but nothing has been fixed. I'll get these out of here. All right. Well, anyway, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I know it's late. It's later than I would like to have streamed, but yeah, you know how it is. I should be back on Friday, and I'll probably be doing. I might do a little bit more Adobe stuff, or I might do. Trying to think. I might do some Lego Island stuff. Yeah. I don't know who you're raiding in case it doesn't work. I don't know if I'll raid anyone today. Yeah, I might just head off. Yeah, I think I'll just head off. Anyway, goodbye for real this time. Yes, I'm actually going this time. Unbelievable. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time. We kind of got some success. I'll write up about the premiere. I think I'll probably make a video about it. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. All right, bye-bye.